giant has vanished from the land. Their absence brought by heroes thought a new threat close at hand. Rise, oh rise, adventurous brave, through forest, hill and fen. Our race, might, blood makes fight, and silver spotlight then. With his charm, got us born, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all, to bring peace back again. The world break awakes, a slumber shakes. 2,000 years confined, its conquest breed, a vengeful deed leaves naught but ash behind. With every town they tear it down, their warpath ever wends. The dead arise, neath chaotic skies, their march it never ends. Rise, oh rise, adventurous brave, through forest, hill and fen. Our race, might, blood makes fight, and silver spotlight then. With each charm, got us born, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all, to bring peace back again. From the archipelagos, change the undead hordes now free. A spectral tide they surge and glide across the southern sea. The wildlands weakness, darkness creeps and all seems but a dream. But heroes' hearts will play their parts in light the darkest gleam. Rise, oh rise, adventurous brave, through forest, hill and fen. Ours, might, blood makes fight, and silver spotlight then. Greedy's charm, God's blow, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all, to bring peace back again. So gather round, let trumpets sound, and banners be unfurled. For in this fight for what is right, lies the fate of the world. With courage sown, the seeds of peace in wildlands shall reign. And tales be told of heroes bold who broke the world breaker's chain.
All right, good morning, my friends, and welcome in. It is Saturday, the 28th of December, and we are playing our second December game and our last game of 2024 before we move into the 2025 year. So thanks for joining us. This is session number 71. We're going to go straight into it. There's a lot to be discussed, and it looks like we're potentially going to be playing next weekend and the weekend after for session 72 and 73, both Saturday games. So it looks like within the next 3 weeks we're going to get 12 hours of this game's D&D content, 12 hours of Nerdy Knots' Boundless Valor content, 9 hours of Boundless Valor content, and then it looks like next Saturday we're going to have another afternoon D&D game, which will be another 3 to 4 hour game. So got a lot of D&D coming up here in the beginning of 2025, which we're all very excited for. For those who may be watching this VOD-wise, or if you are hanging out here and new to the stream, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to chat during the stream, except at our 2-hour mark, and we're playing until 2 p.m. Eastern today, so about noon. But anybody who is interested in chatting, please feel free to. The group tends to hang out in stream, and they are pretty active, but I like to give them my full attention. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump over to the crew and see how they are doing. All right, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Afternoon.
Oh, you fucking Africans. Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, Lucy. And in a few hours, happy tomorrow. But I think it's still today, currently. Okay, good. Yeah, you're not that far east. Okay, welcome in, guys. This is session number 71. So let's go ahead and do a quick recap from session 70. Kat, I do have a little note on my desk that says end at 2. So we will be done at 2 o'clock on the dot today, and I will do everything in my power to wrap us up into that point. So even if it means we got to end a few minutes early. All right.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
Long
No.
drives.
Trust me, I understand all too well. We went to see family. Every time we go to see family down here, it's a minimum 2-hour drive one way. So it's we get that. We did that on Christmas Eve this year, and that don't recommend.
Yeah, that's us out here. If we're going to see Alex's family, it's an hour and a half. This one I'm going solo, and it's 7.5 hours each way.
Oh shit,
So,
you're going to Ohio, aren't you? Yeah, that's a
I was
long
just giving her
cruise.
shit, 'cause
Holy
I thought
shit.
she was going to Florida. I was like, "You're gonna pass us twice." She's like, "I'm not going that way."
No, if she was going to Florida, I'd be like, listen, B.
You're playing.
I would be flying. I am not driving 22 hours solo
Yeah, no, that sucks.
for a 2-day trip.
Yeah, even Illinois to Georgia was not a fun trip. Especially when you're not entirely sure where you're going, and all of a sudden you blink and you're switchbacking down the fucking Tennessee mountains. Like, oh,
Yeah, you warned me about the mountains. I will fly when I want to go and visit you guys.
Did that
Yeah.
say runaway truck ramp?
yes, it did. Yes, it
No, didn't
did.
say that. No, don't worry.
White knuckling into the sun, and Candace goes, "Is that a waterfall going across the road?" And I said, "Well, son of a bitch, it is." All right. Anyways, December 2024, Part 1, recap. So, Ulrich began the resurrection of Sybil, and the group poured their hearts into it. Her eyes flashed open once more as she returned to the living. As they discussed their next move, a seagull and a horn could be heard in the distance. After investigating the area, they noticed that the gull was flying overhead from the east to their location in the west, and the horn began to grow closer. The group prepared to plane shift if it was trouble, but to their surprise, though seemingly not to Sybil's surprise, a gigantic furbolg in golden plate armor adorned with the heraldry of Obed High approached with a contingent of soldiers. Winnie recognized this as her brother Yin and immediately ran to him. Yin explained that his crusade was gone. It was over. When the undead vanished, the cultists of the World Breaker turned their full attention on his group and destroyed all but the 8 of them. Among his group was a priest of Foltis who agreed to try to bring Bloodmane back from the dead. Sadly, the Deep Old One wanted more, and he stone-souled on his second attempt, this time via Raised Dead. The group then chose to plane shift to the Grove, where they rested and brought Bloodmane back to the ritual chamber to be reincarnated. Winnie demanded that Falcona assist her, and that Bloodmane come back as the Goliath that he was born as at any cost. The cost was great, as during the ritual, as his body began to reform, the Deep Old One's grasp tightened one final time, and destroyed Falcona, turning her once vibrant body into a twisted and petrified husk. But Bloodmane was back. But he was back at great cost. The group then took to a long rest, and in the morning began making plans to hunt down the entity that brought them into this situation. So we are running on milestone XP. There was no milestone achieved during the last session, so there is no level up. Today's session begins on Saturday, the 8th of Ogtet at noon. You guys had woken up this morning and you had a little bit of discussion, had breakfast, discussion, a little bit of RP had happened, and I believe, according to the detailed notes that I have here, the final bit of the conversation was you guys legitimately making plans on how to hunt this thing down. Between Yin and Torka, the half-orc cleric, priestess of Foltis, you guys had kind of loosely made the plans that you were going to find this entity via some sort of divination or scrying or however you were going to find it. You were going to teleport yourselves to it, Ulrich was going to wish the effect of this thing's entropy field away, and Torka was going to use the Ring of Three Wishes last charge that Yin was in possession of in order to wish away Ulrich's detrimental effects from the wish, taking those detrimental effects on herself and allowing you guys to do some work. So that's kind of where we had left off. Any questions or clarifications? Comments? No? Okay. All right, I'm just looking here. So Sybil, okay, yeah, Sybil, you are at a -3 right now. Got a couple days before that is up. This is the second night of the full moon. And the new moon is on Monday the 10th. Just as reminders, I have big bold... This is the dirtiest looking calendar I have written up in a long time. You guys have done some weird shit in the last 7 days of in-game time, so... That's cool. Alright. So let's just go ahead and dive into it. You guys are... Oops, sorry, go ahead, Kat.
I was to say, at the end of this, I would love to see the calendar of, like, in-game timeline. That would be so fun as a player to see some of the shit that we've done.
I have literally everything saved. I mean, I just every month it just gets switched to the back. So yeah, I would happily take pictures. Actually, so in the first campaign, for whatever reason, for years, these guys all would like write actual in-game letters to NPCs, to each other, and they would get responses and stuff. I have a binder downstairs. I laminated every single note, letter, everything. I laminated it and put it in a binder so that if anybody ever wants to pull it out. I've pulled it out a few times and I'm like, shit, dude, these guys were like writing love letters to each other. Yeah, it was fucking crazy, man. Yeah. It's pretty cool.
I love that so much.
It was pretty sweet.
The one downside of digital.
I know, yeah. Don't send me postcards with your love letters to Ezekiel on it, please. Or do, maybe, that's kind of hot.
But Valletta needs her fan mail.
Yeah, yes, she does. That sweet little girl. All right, guys. So noon, you guys are at the table discussing. Torka has just pretty much taken the ring from Yin because Yin was like really apprehensive. Like, this is really bad idea. I do not like using the wish spell. We could have tried to undo everything, but we shouldn't. And then Torka was like, "Yo, boss man, I'll take control of this, and if this is what they need to do, they've given us refuge, let's fucking help them, let's make it happen." And he was like, "You know what, okay, you're your own person, here you go." And he just, with 100% faith, trusted what she said. So Torka takes the ring. She kind of, you see she pulls another ring off of her finger. It's got like a small ruby in the center, and it's got this blue glowing kind of particle floating around it. As soon as she takes it off of her finger, the particle kind of fizzles and goes out, and she slips the Ring of Three Wishes that has the single glowing gem in it on.
I have a question. I'm just gonna look over toward Bloodmane. What is the plan once we get her back? We brushed it off last time, and I think that was obviously a detriment. What is the plan once we get her back?
Take her to the sea.
What if she doesn't want to go?
That is her choice.
My concern is, what does that mean for you?
I'd rather not think about it right now.
That's understandable, but...
You know what your patron wants with her?
No.
Or what happens if he doesn't get her? I feel like we've already encountered what happens if he doesn't get her.
Yeah. At the very least, we can expect that I'll lose my abilities to do anything with magic. I can still fight, but I'm not sure if my patron can take more than that.
Okay.
It's possible.
And how do you feel about that?
I'd rather not feel right now.
You see some of the Crusaders are kind of starting to look around nervously, as this was the first time this was very nonchalantly brought up. Torka kind of glances at Yin and says, "What are they talking about?" Yin looks at you. "Yes, sister. What exactly are you talking about? This plan to rescue this individual is contingent on bringing her to the sea?"
I can't speak to exactly what I'm talking about, to be honest with you, but Emig receives powers from an entity, and she'll look at Torga and say, I believe you witnessed his presence when you were trying to bring Emig back.
Yes. I saw the Deep Old One, or at least some form of it, but I'm still maybe confused by what this has to do with this rescue mission and utilizing the most powerful magic in existence.
Mama Mundi needs to be rescued regardless. She can't stay in that thing's clutches.
It has taken someone dear to most of us, kind of looking at Gartok. And the entity, the Deep Old One, stated that she is his siren, and whether or not she knows that, I'm not sure, and whether or not she wants to take up her place in that role, I'm not sure. But regardless, I agree with Sybil. If we can save another life, especially one as important as Mama Mundi's, I'd like to.
So be it. You've granted us refuge, so we will assist. I will assist anyways. But you say that it was of some importance to you all, and then you looked at the lizard.
She looks at Gartok.
Are you and this woman lovers?
The fuck was that?
They're goofing.
Okay.
No. Her.
Oh.
Yes, it's just the opposite. He hasn't actually met her, but the rest of us fought beside her. She fought valiantly.
My apologies. I misread the situation. I will still go. Maybe I should ask.
Yin says, "Maybe you shouldn't, Torka."
Maybe I shouldn't. We go.
You should ask who.
Ask who what?
Exactly.
I'm sorry?
She'll look at Yin kind of questioningly and then back to Torka.
He smiles and just kind of rolls his eyes and...
If you have a question, you're more than welcome to ask.
Are any of you this person's lover?
And Yin just goes, I don't think that's the situation, Torka.
No, she just... We rescued her and her people, I guess, her team, from hags, and then she became an ally, friend.
I don't care about that. I just wanted to make sure because trying to save a lover means people do stupid things sometimes. And I need to be prepared for stupid things to arise. But if there are no... Sorry.
She's loved, but not like that.
So stupid things could still happen, but maybe not at the same level.
No intimate love. Just love from the heart and not the loins.
Correct.
Understood. That helps clarify, because there are two types of love and two types of stupid.
Winnie actually looks, her eyes sort of glaze over. She gets like 1,000-yard stare for a second when she says that, and then sort of long blinks and looks around the room again. Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
we will do everything. I truly appreciate you volunteering to come with us. I really don't want anything to happen to you. So, if there's anything that you need or anything we can do prior to getting there or while we're there, just let us know.
Well, we don't know where it is. Correct?
Not yet.
So we must find it. We were just discussing your magic. You can scry?
I can, yes. I'll need to borrow an item to be able to do it.
Yes, I have that covered.
This thing will know if we scry.
Yes, it will.
I assume it already knows you're coming for it.
When last we encountered it was told to this creature that we would not go back for it. Whether or not it believed, I don't know.
To be fair, I was pretty agreeable with it at that point.
Do you know where it went?
Ish.
Yes, but did it stay on the prime material?
No.
That's a good question.
The scrying magic will only see on the same plane of existence. It does not transcend that. So you must find where it is, plane-wise, and be on that plane. My suggestion is that if you are going to do it, start where you would assume it is, so you do not waste magic.
I agree with that. We do need to also make it back to where it was to get Emig's sword.
She kind of looks at him. I thought he said he has magic.
He does, but he also uses the sword skillfully. Other weapons as well.
Fucking terrifying with a blade.
I like
And
it.
she says it with like a kind of forced half smile.
Okay, so we do need to make it back to grab his sword. I don't know if it would stay on the material plane.
Well, where are we now? The Feywild.
The Feywild, that's correct.
Do you think it would have come somewhere within this realm?
I don't think it would have come here unless... No, because it wasn't coming after us. We went after it.
I only ask because if this is not a good place to start,
Right.
then we go somewhere else.
Yeah, so... Ulrich, Sybil, what do you guys think?
I think.
We don't
Oh, go ahead.
we don't know what this thing is native to. I don't know where we would start besides going back to where we saw it last.
That was my suggestion. We have to go there anyway. Go there, scry. If we can find it there, then we know where. We know the starting point, at least at that point.
Understood. I will bring my crystal orb, if that is what you need me to bring for your scrying.
Thank you.
I cannot perform that spell today, as I do not know the entity, and would not want to risk failure.
I wouldn't want you to waste a resource on that either.
Good. So when do we go?
Lenny will look around at the room, particularly at Emig.
I mean, I can get us hopefully pretty close. I mean, we were there for a little bit. It's not going to be the easiest teleport, but oh wait, no, plane shift should get us right there because plane shift is, if I use it through the gate, should get us right to where we were because it's more accurate, I believe. Let me check my notes.
While Ulrich is thinking, I don't like the idea of waiting any longer than we have to. And I feel better after they got rid of whatever the fuck that was, but I don't feel quite myself. I don't know if this is normal. That she has never been resurrected like this before.
What was her comment though?
She said she felt better after the curse was removed, but she still doesn't feel like herself and doesn't know if it's normal.
Yeah, so Torka would pipe up and she would say,
You will be sick for a few days. It will pass. It is not easy for somebody to tear a spirit from another realm and force it back inside of a flesh vessel. Your flesh vessel needs healing, so say it, Foltus.
When you put it like that, it makes perfect sense. I kinda wish you would explain all the magic things. Feel like it would click a lot more. But I'll fight if I can, but I don't know how quick I'll be on my feet.
You will fight. You will be fine. Or you will die. Those are the only two possibilities in life.
Or you get captured by a beast of bone and not death.
Also true. That would be a terrible fate.
Okay.
Yeah, plane shift will get us close. May not be exactly there, but it'll get us close to it.
Okay. When do we want to go?
The longer you wait, the more time it has to prepare. It is probably not stupid if it can teleport, or if it was smart enough to kill many of you and steal your friend again. It will be prepared.
The sooner we find it, the less time it has to make more of those things that we had to fight before we got there.
What other things were you there to fight? Or were fighting you there?
They were humanoids turned into, if I remember correctly, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, spider-like creatures.
Spider. I am unfamiliar, but they sound terrible.
It was awful.
But more of the vampire type things. The ones that bit me.
Vampires. Probably not full-fledged. You fought Spawn. I would guarantee it. Were there many or one?
Many.
Many.
But they did not. We fought them twice. The first time they recoiled from, and she's gonna pull out the Sunblade. Just activate it as a point of reference and then almost immediately turn it off again.
Yes, if they recoiled from light, they were vampire spawn.
But they did not the second time. I don't know if it was this thing's energy, but another thing to consider.
Perhaps you did not fight the same thing twice.
I don't know.
Okay, well, I am ready when you are.
we need to get any items or supplies before we go back?
How is everybody looking on potions right now?
That's a good question.
Isn't he out of potions?
We have some in the bag of holding.
Well, I would say I'm fine with potions, but also that shit hurt, so if we've got more, I'll gladly hold them.
He's gonna point to Sybil.
Also, Gartok needs at least one potion. Probably more.
Okay, so Winnie will hand Gartok a potion of greater healing, so I'm going to remove one from the bag of holding. Lucy, can you add it to your inventory, please?
There you go.
I've still
Emig.
got 2.
You have 2. Emig, what do you have?
I have 3.
Okay. Any superior?
I have 2 superior.
Wonderful. Alright, I am going to put a potion of superior healing on my person rather than the bag of holding in case I need one, so I'm going to remove it from the bag of holding and put it in my inventory.
Do we have any more of those?
We do have another. Do you want one?
It would not be a bad idea to have easier access to it.
Okay,
Yes,
so
please.
I'll hand the other one to Sybil then.
And that was superior?
Superior. Alright, we do still have one more resurrection scroll. Ulrich, do you want to hang on to it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to remove that from the bag of holding and give it to Ulrich.
I have a really dumb 5e mechanics question for the DM. If you have a base magic item and you apply it, like with a plus number on it, and you apply an oil of sharpness, do they stack, or does it just take the greater number?
Give me a check to look at the specifics on the oil.
I think because it says it has a +3 bonus, it would just take that +3, but I want to double check.
Ulrich, do you need any diamonds?
I only have one 50 gold one. Let me check what else I have.
Yeah, so it says the coded item is magical and has a +3, not is magical and gains a +3. If it gained the +3, it would be in addition to. So yeah, it has a +3, so it would just go up to whatever.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Wanted to clarify.
You said you have one 50 gold one?
And one 500 gold one.
Okay, so Winnie's also going to hand over 2 more 5 gold ones, or 500 gold ones to Ulrich. So that puts us down to 3 in the bag of holding, and Ulrich should have 3 500 gold diamonds now.
Okay, just make sure you're tracking them.
Yep. Now, are you able to... Just thinking about Emig. Okay. Is there anything else that anybody feels like they need to have on them? Do you have enough arrows, Gartok? And Sybil, for that matter?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What did you say, Lucy?
Maybe a bit more.
Okay. So she'll pull out. We have a we've got 21 arrows in the bag of holding right now, so she'll pull out a quiver and then I think one like loose one and kind of offer it to Sybil and Gartok. So let me know how many you take so I can update it.
Okay.
I'll let Sybil take first.
I was gonna say, dropping the voice for a second so we could just talk numbers, because we both know arrows even if we can't count very well. I have 28 arrows on me, but I do more melee. I don't know how many you have in your stupid magical quiver of fancy fuckery.
So I have, technically, I think... So I have a stack of 30 normal arrows with another 15, and then I have 14 plus 2 arrows.
So I'm just gonna put it back. I'm gonna go ahead and put the quiver back in the bag of holding, because I'm assuming nobody's grabbing any.
No, you said, how many loose ones did you have?
One was this one.
I'll just take the loose one and just huck it into my quiver so you can just not awkwardly pull out a single arrow later.
Clearly, that's what I was planning on. Okay. Alright.
So that, I guess I'll take the other 20.
You're gonna take the 20? Okay. Alright, so I'm removing all arrows from the bag of holding.
Yeah, I should not have multiple quivers strapped to me when I need to be able to move quickly and do somersaults without things falling out.
Okay. Is there anything else anyone can think of? And she's like still digging through the bag of holding right now, like just kind of trying to think ahead. I'd like to go into this with more of a plan than the last time.
Something. Stop. And he's gonna point to, like, his brain.
I don't know if we have anything for that outside of a spell. I can tell you that... Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna say I plan on the very first thing after we get rid of the entropy field is I'm gonna drop that spell that I did that affects all of us, that undead hate. The
Okay,
holy
and
aura.
then I also, one of my totems, I believe... Oh no, it's only for perception. Yeah, so that's not a bad idea.
So that'll give us an extra edge on being able to resist any of the effects that it hits us with.
Okay. Alright, so then, if we're ready, if there's nothing else anybody can think of, is there anything that you need? And she'll look over at Torga.
She kind of like looks down at herself. She's, you know, strapped up in her armor, and she's got her maul, her holy symbols hanging high. She says,
I need nothing except my undying faith that Foltis will allow me to prevail. And since I have that, I am good.
Okay.
Although I could use another one of those biscuits.
and she gets up and she walks to the table and snatches one of the biscuits off the table.
I'll save that for later.
She takes a couple steps back and puts it in her pouch.
Alright. The only other thing I could offer... Let me make sure. The only other thing I might be able to offer to help is a spell, but I would have to concentrate on it, Gartok, but we can just take that as it comes. The important thing is, once the field is down, we all do everything we possibly can to just take this thing out quickly. Because Gartok and I saw firsthand that it can incapacitate you without forcing you not to move, as far as attacking it is concerned. We were both charmed, and had that not been the case, we might have had a fighting chance. So, get your resolve as steely as possible.
The thing where the potions and healing didn't do what it was supposed to, that's what your wishes are going to take care of?
Yeah.
And at what cost?
No cost. That was the discussion that we were having 4 minutes ago. You are not well. We will handle the talking.
You know what? She looks like she wants to protest for a second and just accepts it. Just kind of leans back and puts a hand on the table and just, fair enough.
She kind of points across the table to Ulrich.
You wish away the entropy field. And
And she kind of rubs the ring of 3 wishes.
will take your burden. And from there, we fight. So say it, Foltis. We go now.
Winnie's gonna look at Yini, kind of looking for like his nod of approval, like making sure that he's actually good with the plan.
He shrugs his shoulders. He just... My crusade is done. Yours is just beginning.
Would you be willing to just kind of keep an eye on things?
This area is not of my expertise, but I believe I can shed a little light, as it were.
Orion, knock it off.
Sorry, Orion is screaming at the top of his lungs. He's become very angsty as of late.
Yeah, he's in his teenage years apparently.
Yeah, it's
Let
weird,
me go
man.
check on that real quick. Sorry, guys.
He doesn't like us going to fight this thing, evidently. He's trying to warn us.
No, he's just been... it's so funny because he's so aware of his surroundings suddenly that he's like... if he doesn't want to do something, he'll cross his arms and just go, you know what? I don't want to talk about it. It's like, oh, okay. Excuse me. We won't talk about it then. But you're still going to fucking bed, so... so yeah, Yinny, he does, he tells Winnie, I know she can hear me, I will look after things as best I can. Hopefully the place doesn't burn down with me here. But thankfully we've got a god who very much appreciates this place on our side, and he kind of taps his armor that's got the emblazoned Obed High symbol on it. And then he kind of kicks back in his chair a little bit. I am going to just pull you guys out here really quick so I can get a copy of your characters as they are. I don't know where the fuck she put... Oh, that's right. Winnie was in the... she was over by your friend.
I will say one thing Sybil's going to do before, we all teleport to future hells again. I am just going to offer a couple of quiet prayers to my deities for safer travels, clear weather, all my usual Genasi performer shit.
Okay, yep, and you already did the speech, you already told the story at breakfast, so everybody is still benefiting from their temp HP.
And it was long enough, it should have... until it's gone.
Okay, so it's not like it just goes away at the end of the day or anything?
Correct.
Cool.
They're good.
Theoretically, I could do it before bed, but it really doesn't matter, so... Breakfast stories just seems appropriate. Also, Winnie can remove coffee inventory again, as would have been fitting for breakfast.
Alright.
Part of this is I just want to see how much coffee is actually gone through by the time this campaign's done. So we have to track this.
We get more back. That's good.
Or we just drink it faster.
Well, we're at 495 uses right now, so if we finish that before the campaign's over, you got a problem.
Yeah, start fucking drinking. Alright.
I'm 494. I'm at a -3 right now. I'm not stopping at one cup.
Okay.
First round of combat. Sybil shits her pants. And then has a minor heart attack.
My distraction worked perfectly.
So
Distracted the
normal?
team.
Yeah.
Alright.
Are you not all wearing your brown pants for this fight? What's wrong with you?
I don't wear pants. Okay. Alright, I guess we're ready? We're definitely more ready than we were last time.
Well, hopefully that is sufficient.
Alright. Should look over at Ulrich.
Good to go. Just gotta get to the gate. Well, I guess we don't even have to. We could leave here. I don't need the gate to, because we're going from one plane to the other with plane shift anyway. So.
Okay. So you guys, go ahead.
You make. You had enough time to recover after coming back, right?
Emic's going to try to cast message.
Okay. So, yeah, you take the little bit of copper wire, kind of, gingerly wrap it around your finger, and you whisper your message. You feel the magic kind of pick up, and it works.
You can hear me, I assume, Sybil.
By her sudden blink, and then the little flinch, it's the. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Gonna drop it. I still have some power. I don't know if I can still become a shark. I prefer not to try that here right now.
Understood.
Okay, so you guys gather yourselves. You kind of gather up with Ulrich, and Ulrich, I'm assuming you're using the staff.
Yep.
Okay, so Ulrich, he kind of twists the staff. You see, like the shaft kind of separates in two sections, and you see these runes rocket up to the globe, to the like gyroscope. It starts to spin, and as the energy kind of warps around you guys, there is a flash of light. And Ulrich, where exactly are you taking these guys?
Well, so the way with plane shift works is it gets you close to your destination on a specific plane. So I'm just imagining the grove where we were just at. So
The grove or the
the shitty grove, not the good grove.
Okay, I was like, okay, hold on now, because calling it a grove is pretty intense. But yeah, I got you.
It was a bunch of trees. That's kind of like a grove. The place where we almost got murdered.
Oh, okay, there we go. So I will take you back to every location I've ever shown you guys. One sec.
I hope
said
you
yes,
the
got
montage.
Oh shit. Okay. So there is
If it
a.
said Blood Grove, it would have narrowed it down by like at least 30%.
That's true. Blood Grove is pretty fucking specific.
Oh, that was ominous.
Yeah, it's because I had you guys copied for a reason. There you go.
Still don't like seeing us get deleted. It's a little scary.
I almost deleted you guys the fuck out of this Blood Grove. Okay. I almost did it once and I'll do it again. No. Okay, so with the flash of light, because you are extremely familiar with where this location is, there's no necessary rolls on my end. You tell it where to go, and the magic is like, oh, Blood Grove? Yeah, see, we still remember that as it was yesterday. And as you guys flash back into existence, you are standing pretty much right where you had been, before you plane shifted the first time. The gyroscope kind of and then continues in this very, very slow orbit. And here you are.
All right, so let's go looking for what we need to find. Do you want to set up the scry from here while some of us go look, or do you want to stick together?
Stay together. Best.
We can stay together. Is that Sybil or Cat?
That's a cat thing. Sybil doesn't raise her hand. Are the sounds still vacant and eerily devoid of all animals? Like, have animals started moving back in?
Make a perception check.
At a -3.
Yes.
The fuck
did my character sheet go?
Surprise deletion, bitch.
No.
You won't
She
be
was
needing
never
that
real.
anymore.
She was never real.
Double
Yeah,
double?
your part two.
At that point, I'd be questioning if Cat is actually real.
I
doppel
question
do ya?
that every day. Haha, 16.
Okay. So you guys kind of take a second to recover from the shift in planes of existence, and you begin to like tilt your head and listen. One moment. And that's when it dawns on you. You hear birds.
Winnie,
You can hear the wind blowing through the trees without the sound of agony accompanying them. For the first time in a couple days. And for the first time since you guys have been on this island.
Winnie, it's not quiet like it was. I don't think it's here.
It doesn't surprise me. But Emic's sword is, so.
Okay, so you guys are going to look for Emig's sword?
That's my plan.
Okay.
Yep.
So, for the sake of brevity, because it is exactly where you guys left it after he dropped.
A little distracted.
So, for the sake of brevity, you guys go back up into this cursed blood forest. And as you do so, Winnie, you immediately notice that where those blood roots are, they have already shriveled up on the ground and turned gray. Some of them have also begun to snap, and as you guys step over them, they break and dust pours out of them. It is no longer absorbing blood or bleeding anything out of it. You guys get back to where the tyrant was initially, and although it's still pretty fucking disheveled and horrific, the corpses of the ghouls are still kind of scattered around on the ground. And, you know, the things that were there are kind of out of place. You find where it had kind of stored all of the loot and shit that you guys found. That's still there, but obviously empty because you guys took stuff. And then right in the dead center, right where Emig fell, you can still see the imprint of his body and blood on the ground. You find his greatsword.
I will pick it up.
Yeah, Winnie would point it out for sure. And then as Emic's picking it up, you would hear her say in Giant, I'm sorry I left your weapon.
I wasn't here, but I have to imagine there was good reason for it.
There was.
It's good to kind of just sit there and inspect his blade a little bit.
So the blade is fucking flawless. You know, for having hit anything that was out there as much as you did. It's got blood on it. It's got some dried blood on it, so it'll need a little bit of cleaning. But I mean, the Vorpal enchantment on it is still making it as keen as it possibly can be. And, you know, the little bits of sunlight that are coming through the boughs of the trees are catching and glinting off of it. You can see the runes kind of appear and vanish. It's spot on. It's just what you remembered.
Out of curiosity, am I still able to, like, discern different smells on the air?
Are you attempting to discern something specific, or are you just looking for just in general?
Just in general,
Go-
trying to see if some of my senses are still sensing the
Okay.
way they used to.
Yeah, give me a perception check. Yeah, so as you kind of inhale, you do pick up a lot of different scents. The first one is obviously rot and death, as that's just kind of strewn about you. You do smell lots of blood from different creatures, some of which you can't entirely identify, but you do smell human blood in specific, which obviously there were a bunch of guardsmen corpses kind of trapped and whatnot. And then a warm breeze hits you, and this is the first time since you guys have been on this portion of the island that you've smelt it, and it's the scent of warm, salty sea air coming from the north and through the boughs of the trees.
He will just kind of quietly nod at himself and get his blade cleaned up, put away.
Okay. Gartok.
So while they're like talking, like looking for his blade, well, not really looking very hard, but Gartok's gonna go over to where the creature was, and even though he knows it teleported away, or that's what he assumes, he's gonna see if there's any indication of, I guess, where it might have gone, or just, I guess, see if he can track anything from it.
Okay, so
If I can, but that's what I'm gonna try and do.
you're gonna attempt to track anything or to discern anything you can about its whereabouts?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, you can make a survival check. Okay, so I mean, you can see, because you guys had done some of the digging, some of the searching and whatnot prior to you like really getting the hell out of here when you went and got the corpses and all that. You guys found all of that loot. There was a shitload of loot that you guys found, and like in that little area, it looked very nest-like, as it had kind of gathered up all that shit and put it there. But you have no fucking idea. There is absolutely no trace of this thing going in any particular direction outside of this forested area. It's gone.
Okay, so I guess as Gartok looks around, kind of senses everything, he's just gonna stand up and then shake his head.
Okay, so anything else up in the northern part of the woodland? No? Okay, so then you guys were going to go out of the woods, I'm assuming, to perform the scry?
Yeah, I think probably to the area where we had rested, or where we met up with Yinny.
Alright, moving you back down there. Okay, so for the sake of brevity, you guys come back out. Again, there is... Winnie, you especially sense that this place is very, very rapidly attempting to heal itself.
Okay.
Whether that be out by its own accord or because of the presence of an Archdruid, you're not entirely sure, but it's been, 24 hours and it's already starting.
Okay. Alright, yeah, so, once we get back out, then I'd look at Torga and say, okay, we obtained the weapon. I'm not sure if it's on this plane or not, but I can do this twice, so...
Okay.
May I please borrow your crystal orb?
Yes. She opens up a pouch at her side and she reaches in. You see her hand kind of goes, or her arm goes down to her elbow, and she kind of feels around, and then she pulls out this probably like watermelon-sized glass orb that is set in a silver base. She kind of puts it on the ground and sits cross-legged in front of it, and she takes her gauntlet off and she swipes her thumb across the base of it on her side, and the orb lifts up and off of the pedestal and kind of hovers over it, glowing ever so lightly. And she says, "Okay, it's ready."
Okay. So I'm gonna put my focus into it and use scrying, which will be a 5th level spell slot.
Okay.
To try to find this thing. I'm gonna focus on it and try to see if I can see it.
Okay.
As she's casting it, I'm gonna get behind her, put a hand on her, and use the staff to cast protection from good and evil on her as she's casting it.
Okay.
Try and give her a buffer from its to her.
Yeah. Okay, so as Winnie begins this incantation, which does take 10 minutes, there is a smoke that billows up and inside of this ball and kind of filters it. Winnie, with both of her hands on the side of the ball, kind of loosely, Ulrich steps behind her and activates the staff. There is a pulse of energy that comes down the base of the staff and kind of into like where Winnie's like butt would be, and it kind of climbs up her body and shields her in this holy aura. As that's happening, okay, so this thing has to make a wisdom saving throw. Winnie, what is your DC?
It is, oh, you might want to look, sorry. I think it's 16, but I just want to double check.
And are you using any connection pieces? This is your spell, so you should be looking at how this works.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. So I'm guessing I wouldn't get the familiar because I was charmed, but we're not buddies.
Yeah, you are not familiar with it, but you do have first-hand experience, so...
Yeah. And then, yeah, unfortunately, I don't really have, like, I don't think I got a body part or anything like that, so I guess just firsthand is all I really have to go off of there.
Okay. So then it's going to make a straight roll with whatever its bonus is versus a DC what?
Oh, sorry. It is a 17.
Okay. And you're positive there's absolutely no...
Hold on, let me...
I'm just giving you one last opportunity here, because if this goes tits up, it's your problem, not mine.
Would I be able to send them to go look real quick?
No, because you said you started the ritual.
Yeah.
The ritual is happening. It's 10 minutes, so...
Let me make sure.
So to be clear, your spell very specifically says a likeness or picture of the entity, a possession or a garment, a body part, lock of hair, bit of nail, or the like. Any of those things, and they can stack, but it will reduce its chance to succeed.
Right.
And if it succeeds, you're locked out of scrying on it for 24 hours.
I'm looking really quick.
No, Gartok, not after 24 hours.
You could try, though.
Plus, nobody ever got webbed.
True.
Oh, that's true. Sorry, there's just so many webs on the map. I just assumed that we didn't.
We got dead, not web.
Yeah, you did get deaded. There's plenty of that all over you.
Does it have to be, this might be a stupid question, does it have to be a physical picture of it, or am I able to picture it in my head and have that be part of it?
You can try whatever you want.
Okay, I'll definitely be trying that, because I know exactly what it looks like. I'm trying to remember exactly what we got for...
Just know that it says very specifically in that box, connection. So do with that what you will. And then I will determine how this pans out.
I'm just looking through our inventory to make sure we didn't actually...
That's fine, you got 10 minutes. Once that 10 minutes is up, the spell goes off. Well, it's not 10 minutes anymore.
Right.
Sounds good, Casey. No problem.
Sorry about that.
No problem, man.
Okay, so... I'll focus on, like, I will bring up what it looks like in my mind and focus on that, as well as Mama Mundi, and have, like, I'm gonna try to think of Mama Mundi's song at the same time and see if any of that helps me identify where they're at, locate them, see them.
Well, you can only choose one creature that you're scrying on. Are you scrying on Mundi or
Well,
it?
I was doing that. Sorry, I was thinking more like Mundi as her possession. So I'm scrying.
No,
all
but you need to actually have a possession. Mental image doesn't
I see what you're
matter.
saying.
It's the word connection means it has a physical connection. It has a connection to this thing, and your mind doesn't have a connection to anything.
Got it. Okay. Checking to see if I don't think I have anything of Mundi's either. So. Anybody think of anything that would be in the bag of holding before I officially say we don't have anything physical?
If you're scrying on Mundi, then any of these Stillwater things would work.
Like what? Stillwater?
Like the Stillwater guard armor that's currently in the bag, or some of the weaponry that's nearby, or me a little bit. But I don't know if Sybil would necessarily think of that because she doesn't know about the she doesn't know about the intricacies of the magics.
Right.
Plus she's
I mean,
sleepy.
I did scry on Mundi last time. My only fear is that if Mundi's dead, I don't know if I can still scry. I guess I would know that, right? Does she have to be alive for me to be able to scry on her? Because that would be how Winnie would make this call.
You would, because a creature is a thing, and once you become a corpse, you're an object, and the spell very particularly says you scry on a creature. So corpses are objects, creatures are creatures.
Okay.
Do you know if she's dead or not?
I don't.
Nope. You also started this ritual with
On
that
the
creature
thing,
being
yeah.
it, so if you wanted
So,
to stop
no,
it,
I'm
you would
just
blow
gonna
the spell.
focus- I'm gonna just focus on the creature, on the creature, and I'm going to bring up its image in my mind for sure. Focus hard on that, and I guess that's all I really have. We don't have anything
Okay.
of it. So.
All right, so why don't you go ahead and make a performance check as you are attempting to draw up the imagery in your head. So you are essentially, I would do the same thing if you were trying to paint or do a physical drawing. This is with your own mind, however. Okay, so yeah, you do not succeed. Okay, so this thing is going to make a straight roll then, as you have not successfully done any of the additional stuff. So, what is the save again?
17.
Okay. So, you finish, just to be clear, this thing does have a +7 to its saving throw. So, the ritual comes to its conclusion, and you dig and fight through clouds and clouds and clouds of black and gray and green smoke. You feel its presence on the prime material, so you know you're on the right path. And as you kind of skirt your way through the channels that you would need to get to find this thing, it is literally like climbing around in a fucking spider web. Just and it's all tunnel-like focus. Eventually you get closer, and lucky for you, I only rolled a total of 13.
Holy shit.
Which is not something I actually anticipated. I thought you were going to fucking flop that one.
Me too.
Okay, so there is a flash of green light. The orb begins to emit this absolute bubble of green energy. Winnie's eyes roll into the back of her head, and you guys can only see the whites of her eyes, but her mouth is wide open, and she begins to just very vaguely talk about what she is seeing. As that is happening, if anybody is not currently watching the stream and you want to see what I'm about to show you, I can unfortunately only show it on the stream because of my limitations in Discord, and I'm not paying for fucking Nitro. They can kiss my ass. So bear with me one sec.
No, I've got an ad.
It's alright, I'm not doing it yet.
Okay.
That's what you get for not being in stream in the first place.
Wah, wah.
Watch my ad. Enjoy the
Actually,
pre-roll.
technically, I could watch it on Alex's computer, which
That's
is
true.
really funny.
That's
They've
fair.
been here
That's
the whole
fair.
time.
Yeah, okay, give me 1 sec here. Alright. Winnie, are you ready?
Yeah.
Alright, so this is what you see. It is moving. The way that the protection is working right now, by the way, the protection from good and evil, is that you are being protected from something that is attempting to take control of your spell. And instead of being completely dominated by this thing, it is instead controlling the movement of your sensor when you come to. Okay? And this is a visual sensor. You don't hear any sort of audio, but this is what you see. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. Okay, ready?
I don't know.
This is already so fucking cool.
And the movements are your sensor being kind of pulled and pushed and prodded. Would you like to see that one more time?
Yes, please.
What in the Zamitzi fuck are you showing?
I mean, it's fancy as fuck. Look at all the chandeliers.
We gonna flesh craft, baby.
I have 3 questions. 1, I saw mushrooms on there.
Nope.
Okay. 2, the thing that had like the obelisk surrounding it, was that a cage?
Yes.
Okay. And 3, did I recognize the tattoo on the disgusting fucking table leg, arm? Leg?
Make a history check.
11.
Okay, you do not. You did not. However, let me take a quick look at your languages. You also do not understand what language it was written in.
Ooh, okay.
So, Winnie, so you see that vision, and it will say for the sake of brevity that it plays through. You focus on the spell to kind of rewind it and then play it one more time before you feel like something kind of pierce your own eyeball, and you snap out of the ritual. And as you do so, you guys see Winnie's eyes roll back forward. She takes a deep breath, and all of the energy kind of collapses inside of the orb, and the crystal just clunk drops on top of itself and goes dormant. And you hear Torka just go, "Whoa, shit! Are you all right?"
Yeah, I think so. Did I, would I have, I don't know if it's just what I saw is what I saw, but would I have noticed if somebody was in that cage?
What you saw is what you saw.
Okay.
And it felt to you like there were things that were being obscured within that realm. There were certain things that were maybe seemed mundane and not worth attempting to obscure on somebody's scrying, but what you saw is what you saw.
I'm fairly new at the whole scrying thing, but that was a forced perspective scry, so it definitely knows. And Ulrich, I thank you, because I think that would have been much different. I saw
I had a feeling.
there was a cage there, for sure. not sure if she's in there or not, and I'm not sure where it is, but it's in its lair and it's here on this plane. I don't know where that is, and I don't know how we'll find it.
Well, you were there. You saw. You know.
I guess that's true. Yeah, I know.
And
the
there was,
location.
and you saw the gate, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this was what you came out of.
Thank you. Okay. Do I recognize that? Like, I obviously I know where the location is, but do I recognize that?
You don't necessarily recognize it. It's not like you're like, oh, that's the gate that I use at the Grove, cool, or anything weird like that.
Right.
But I mean, you know that it's definitely, it looks like a gate, and you can see the sigil pattern on it, so you know you could,
Okay.
you know what it is. You know that it is a physical thing. It does look similar to the gate, by the way, in the Grove, just much different.
Yeah. So it does. There's a gate for sure.
Is it like a teleportation circle where?
It looked like
Winnie, you know enough about how gates work to put 2 and 2 together.
it looked like it. It wasn't the Grove Gate, but it was very reminiscent of the Grove Gate.
If it's got a unique pattern like the one at the tower, I can use the staff to connect through it.
It did. It had markings and runes and stuff on it.
Is that something that she can like draw out and I can use?
I was just about to
That's
ask.
what
Yeah, as long as you know the sequence, it's just like knowing a passcode. As long as you know the sequence, you could manage it.
Okay, so I would draw it out for Ulrich to see.
Okay, go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Me or him?
Yeah, you're trying to draw arcane runes that you saw for like 10 seconds, so.
Can I guide her? Too late.
It wouldn't
too
have mattered.
late.
Even if I got a high, it would have been a fucking 7.
Yeah, so when she begins to just like trace the sigils into the dirt, it's nonsense. Ulrich, you don't understand any of it.
Okay. All right. Do we have a map? I think we have a map there.
Yes, there is a map. Do you need me to put you in on the map?
Yeah, if you could do that. Basically, I just want to use the map to point out where I just was. Okay, so where on the... How precise would I be able to get about exactly where it would be if I'm putting it out on the map?
You tell me. The spell doesn't give you a location.
Yeah.
The spell allows you to scry on wherever the entity was. What you saw is what you saw, so. And being in an underground or under mountain, rocky, cave-like structure with a single magical gate as an entrance, you tell me where you were.
I'm guessing that it was. So I know there were mountains. So she's gonna be like pointing at the map. I
Hey,
know
thank you so
there
much
were
for the
mountains.
follow.
Django Left
Don't
followed your channel.
know exactly which ones. I'm guessing it's not the ones by Kiru, but I don't know for sure. I also know that she was down by Stillwater initially when I scryed on her.
You said you saw things made of people
That's what it looked like, yeah.
that we didn't see any sign of something like that here when we fought it. we could probably assume that's older and has been around for some time. Could it be possible that it's made it back by the Isles? That it's taken up residence where there were other concentrations of dark magics? Not even necessarily undeath, but things that twist that which should be.
Where are you thinking?
Do I have any story-based knowledge besides the Isles of historical fucking evil mages, twisted, horrible people that do things like make furniture out of people?
Make a history check.
This is not great. I forgot I am not rolling like a certain Artie. 13.
I mean, you know, there are some horror stories out there about people sewing together body parts and making things like flesh golems. But stories about evil mages making flesh furniture is not in that repertoire.
Not one we would have put on a show about, more than likely.
Probably not.
Hard to do. If we tried it with the contortionists, didn't go so well.
I personally don't know. I can't think, but that's something we could probably ask. Something like that would take no small amount of ability, whether magic spells or innate.
Ask who?
Our mage friends might be able to help.
I could try to use the stone.
I don't know if that's something that is going to be easily conveyed in a single message.
You said you saw. Why not go back in and memorize what you saw on the gate? That way we don't waste time.
I can try to do that.
No, you will do that.
We need to get something of. We need to go in really fast and see if it left anything behind that I can use to help make this more powerful. Because if I fail, which I almost did,
What kind of things?
something connected to it, something of its.
Do you have... Did it not take anything from its victims? If it did, it would technically have been its possession. Do you fools not loot the things you kill?
We typically do, but we didn't this time because we were in a rush to get out.
We're
with
still
our dead
here.
people.
We can go back.
Winnie, make a deception check, because that's a lie. I've said it 3 times. You guys looted the shit out of that.
Oh,
You
we
guys
did?
still have unidentified items, actually.
Well, I wasn't trying to be deceptive. I forgot
but-
as the player.
Yeah?
Okay. It's gone. Well, I was more focused on the dead people.
Let's go back in.
Lucy,
and
you can
see
just
if
talk.
We can find anything.
I think Gartek kind of speak. Found stuff in art.
Found stuff in what?
In art. In forest where a creature was.
Do you
Oh.
have it with you right now, Bartok?
You put in bag.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
So what was it that you looted? What thing in particular did you get from it? And I'll pull it out of the bag of holding.
Furbolg's a thief.
Shiny. Oh, sorry. Let me try and up my gain.
That was already better.
Yeah.
Okay, it's me just moving it slightly closer.
it's considerably better. Also, on that note, is mine picking me up okay when I'm doing the softer? Cool.
So Gartok doesn't have any money, so he'll just kind of be like,
Is the shine we give Bardushu and other things?
Coin?
point to Sybil.
Okay.
It may require more than a simple coin. Something that was actual material possession, monetary. It may not have looked at money as its own, as it would have anything else. So if all you found was coin, there may not be anything that you can do.
ORC Skull rated your channel with
What else did
17
you
viewers.
find?
Holy smokes, what is up?
Thank you for being a friend.
Demonic Tragedies followed your channel.
Holy smokes, what's going on, guys? Holy shit, Jangolaw, thank you so much. Wow, Orc Skull, thanks for the raid. What's
ORC
going on,
Skull
guys?
followed your channel.
We're here to raid your lighthouse and steal your cheese. Wow, holy shit, a lot of people hanging out. What's going on, you guys?
Decoder 98 followed your
Yeah, I
channel.
always add everything just straight in when it's
What's
being
up, you
said.
guys? Welcome on in.
got raided.
I apologize. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to chat when I'm doing D&D, just because I put a lot of focus on these guys to make sure that they're getting the attention. But I do want to say thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you very much for your raid, and we will be streaming some Warhammer Online tonight. We're going to be from like 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, so thank you for hanging out. We definitely appreciate all those sweet follows, and oh god, Squidman! What's up, Django? How are you? Yeah, but we appreciate you guys being here. If you want to hang out, please feel free. We're about to get into some kind of weird shit. As we've already been kind of thrust into some weird shit, and we'll do some more weird shit. We'll be done at 2 p.m. Eastern, so we got like another 2.5 hours of gameplay. So please feel free to hang out and chit chat. We appreciate you guys. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. I got a big ass raid.
So the issue is that I added everything as you were saying it so that I didn't miss anything. Is the Iron Stone one of the things that we had raided from here? Because I know we have unidentified Iron Stone.
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Could have been. These things are your guys's. This is your guys's. You guys got to keep track of your stuff. I can't keep doing that for you. I
do,
can't
but
keep
I do
just.
it in the bag of holding. It doesn't tell me when I added it.
Well, you can add notes to it if you needed to add a note to it. All items, custom or not custom, can have notes added to them. I know it sucks, but you guys know how I run D&D. You know, you got to take notes on things that I tell you, things that I give you, things that you do, because I'm not going to just dish it all back out to you.
So when he's going to dig through the bag of holding, I'm going to take out the Iron Stone because I'm pretty sure that that was one of the things we got.
Okay, so
and-
when he pulls out this small box, and she opens the box, and this little stone kind of rises up and out of the box and just begins to kind of do a small orbit, not really around the box, but like within the structure of the interior.
Okay. I am very sure that this came from it. I'm not sure if it is its, but at some point it was in its possession. So
Go ahead.
While Winnie is talking, I am going to go and do a dumb and go back into the horrible, awful area and see if when we were fighting this thing, if literally any bone fragments, anything else might have come off this thing to be able to assist. Because we're still right there, I think.
Okay, so go ahead and give me an investigation check as you dive back in.
Though I will say, because Gartok is always watching two places at once, she is going to say to him before she just leaves without saying anything, just the "I'll be," and right back, and then she'll go while Winnie's digging in the bag.
Okay, yep, give me an investigation check.
That's a 14.
14.
Looking for any fragments of this thing.
Yeah. So, this thing, it only actually got hit once during that entire fight, and you do not find any fragments of bone that are not fragments from either you guys being absolutely slain or from the Stillwater guards that were chopped up.
So I look at the bone and realize, oh, that's shark bone. Okay, secondary question. This one's going to be harder, I imagine. See if I can see anything that might have been Moondy's. I know what she typically wears. I'm hoping to be able to maybe find scrap of fabric, something like that. I know this one's a long shot.
Yeah, you can make another investigation check.
Sybil's tired. She's desperate. She's trying.
19.
19.
So you search for a little while up in the area where Mundi was being held, which is right about there on the green ping, and you're digging through the webbing and all of the just crap that was kind of out here. Lots of blood, lots of like entrail-looking bits, and you find a small red bead that you know Mama Mundi wears on the bottom of her skirt, and it's one of the beads that would bounce off of the little symbols that she has, so she's constantly, you know, jingling and jangling as she's walking. You're pretty confident it's hers because who the hell else would have been wearing this?
Then whenever, I don't know how long that would have taken, so whenever I can make it back to the group, let me know.
Understood. So when you pull out the stone, what exactly are you doing at that point?
Well, I'm assuming I'd see Sybil walk away, so I would be stating I believe that this was a belonging of it, and then I'll wait for her to come back, and also maybe suggest Gartok, you want to go make sure she's okay?
All right, so Gartok.
Start moving after.
Okay, so Gartok heads up to the north, into the now healing Bloodwood, and we'll say for the sake of brevity, 15-20 minutes goes by. Just so you guys are clear, by the way, we're looking at like 2 p.m. now on Saturday, the 8th of Agtet. Okay, so you guys come back from that little search. Winnie is kind of hanging out there. Is anybody doing anything during that time, Bloodmane or Ulrich or Winnie?
Nope.
Just listening and just making sure nothing shifts or changes in the area.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that way. It's oddly calm. It's oddly normal calm compared to the dead silence you had heard just 24 hours prior, so.
I hate how suspicious that makes me.
I think it's appropriately suspicious. I mean, come on, what are we doing here? Okay, so you guys come back. Gartok, she's not befallen by any major issues.
Definitely not moving fast or gracefully in the moment, though. She's just trying to dig through the webs and blood and ick. As I'm looking, by the way, did I see any of the swords of the fallen Stillwater peoples?
Nope.
Yeah. Sadness. Okay. When we make it back then. Gartok, I told you I'd be... You got sent after me, didn't you?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm fine, but I could have not been, so thank you. Winnie,
Did you find anything?
will this work?
Well, I guess it depends on who I'm focusing on.
Well, this I would wager my silks on is Mundi's. If it is Mundi's, and this thing has decided that she is its, would this not also be it?
I don't know if the magic accepts semantics, but I can try.
Or you could try and search for her. But we don't know if she's even in the same place.
We don't know if she's alive either.
There's a second where she goes very, very still when you say that, and then she just, like, continues as if you did not say that sentence, because it's very obvious. She's like, nope, not going anywhere near that thought.
I can try it. It won't hurt.
Worth a shot, maybe. I looked to see if I could find a fragment of that thing, but there's too much. I couldn't tell what was it and what was us or other victims.
Okay.
So she's probably covered in blood and web bits at this point, realistically. If she was digging enough to be able to find a tiny bead, probably is not clean.
Okay. So when you look around and say, does anyone have opposition to me trying again?
No? Do you want me to do that thing again?
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea.
Good, I was gonna do it either way, but I just wanted to ask.
Is there any other protection or thing that can be done to make this stronger?
And she's gonna kind of look over. Can Voltis make this easier for her? Offer any aid?
No. She travels this road alone.
Okay. So I'm going to, as long as nobody says no, I'm gonna use my other 5th level spell slot to cast Scrying. I'm going to use the Ioun Stone to try to assist, as I am like 99% sure that was part of the loot. And also the scrap of clothing I'll keep, because I know it's kind of semantics, but if it's part of Mundi's and it's called Mundi then maybe that'll help too. And then
So are you looking for Mundi or for
No,
this entity?
So
Okay.
the Ioun Stone is my main thing, but also picturing it in my mind as well, just like last time.
Okay, so the ritual begins. Ulrich, I'm assuming you're doing protection from good and evil through the staff. The staff radiates. There's the energy that spins around Winnie. Torka brushes her finger across the orb, and again it rises up and out of its holding plate and begins to glow. The smoke kind of billows up inside of the glass, and over the next 10 minutes, you perform your ritual. Winnie, so the possession or garment. So yeah, I don't play semantics because the game is so specific. So it's not that the bead does nothing, but the Ioun Stone does draw benefit as a connection from the entity, meaning that it will take a -4 to its saving throw. You did not add anything else, so that is that. Okay. Okay, yeah. So it only rolled an 11. So Winnie, again, you guys see Winnie's eyes go completely stark white as they roll into the back of her head. Her head, you actually hear an audible crack as her mouth opens. And as the mouth opens, you guys actually, inside of the crystal ball, you see a projection of what she is seeing this time around. So we'll do it one more time here. The visual grabs hold, and you see the orb kind of being drawn around the room, out of the portal, through these weird, whatever the hell these are. You do with it as your imagination will. And then the flesh table. And the box made out of a giant tongue.
I do want to put, if I can, I want to try to focus on the runes on the gate to see if I'd be able to do a better job of sharing those with Ulrich?
Sure. So you kind of zoom in. We'll say for the sake of brevity and for the sake of another roll here, because you've seen this vision now 3 times, you kind of, as you are doing the initial kind of glance around, you do manage to spin around and capture an image of the gate. You project it through the ritual, through the spell, and you guys would all see it kind of materialize for a good 4 or 5 seconds in the orb before she kind of gets shunted out of that hold and back into the remaining bit of the path. The spell ends, and Winnie's eyes roll back to normal. Her jaw cracks and she closes it, and the green kind of collapses again into the crystal, and it clunk, rests again. And Torka, now kind of looking at the crystal, kind of takes the base of it, picks it up, and she shoves it back into her bag.
Thank you.
Well, that was a little more than I expected.
Ulrich, can you guide me?
Yep.
And then I want to try to draw the runes again for Ulrich.
Okay, you can do that, and you can do that with advantage as well, since you've now actually focused on them.
And that was performance, right? That you had me do last time?
What?
Arcana.
No, Arcana. Why would you do a
Arcana,
performance?
that's right. I
The
did
performance was you trying to create an image in your head.
You said we all saw it this time.
Everybody saw everything that she saw.
Does anyone recognize the tattoo type things? I know I'm gonna try and figure that out.
Let me take a look at y'all's languages real quick.
I am probably the least likely in that one.
Yeah, so nobody understands anything that is in the runes. If what I'm seeing on your languages is right. Has anybody here learned new languages has anyone taken the linguistic feat or anything like that? No? Okay, so I didn't think so.
I know 4 words and giant.
No. So, Winnie, you managed to trace the first 2 runes successfully. There are 5. You trace the first 2 successfully, and Ulrich, you would recognize the sigils as saying under and then death are the first 2 runes.
All right, and then I'm gonna try and work on the other ones.
Okay,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead and make an Arcana check with advantage because
And I'm
you've seen it.
guide myself as well.
That's fine. Yeah, so you call upon Bahamut's blessings, and he's just like, "You got this."
So 20.
Damn, dirty 20, not bad. Yeah, so as Winnie begins to kind of draw the first 2 runes out, you see she's really struggling because she doesn't speak the arcane language, she doesn't do arcane magic, and you kind of, you reach down with your finger and you kind of fix, it's like fixing a kid who's just learning how to write. You're fixing the R, and you're crossing the T's, dotting the I's. And then you kind of just brush her hand out of the way, and you finish the last 3 runes. So it's death, under, Swamp Island Hideout are the 5 runes, and you see where that kind of traces you to, and Winnie with her map kind of out into the side, you have an idea, following how the coordinate system works within the arcane language, to somewhere in the Isles of Lost Souls.
Oh, that's fun. Well, I think I got a way to go. Because if this is the rune rune sequence for the gate, I can use the staff to bring us through it. Or to it rather.
Where is it pointing?
It's the little island chain right off of the other main island, where all the undead were.
Isles of Lost Souls.
Yeah, that's the place. It's kind of where I figured it was going to be anyway, but...
Cat comments, I hate that Sybil was going down the right path earlier. Because I did not want her to be right. Oh.
Well, the good news is it might be, somewhat of an empty real estate area at the moment, so...
The undead have had ages to make that place their own. We should expect traps things that do not foster kindness, hope to the living.
Well, the good news is at least we can go right to the gate. We don't have to go searching for it.
Well, whatever we're doing, I'm sure it knows we're coming since it was forcing my vision.
Yeah. It knew we were coming last time, too, so.
It doesn't hopefully know what we can do now. Alright, so do we just go? Is everyone ready?
You just used magic that was significant. Are you going to be okay if we go?
Yes, she is fine.
I'm fine.
Told you.
And she just nods and accepts that. Because how do you argue with that?
For the first time, you get kind of like this is when he's been kind of like stoic the past 24 hours or so. And you get kind of a grin for a second from Winnie. Alright then.
Once I perform my miracle through this ring from Yin, I will be severely weakened, but you will all be very strong. I will still be able to act, and I will do what I can if things begin to get strange. But you should probably have a plan in place in case you need to go.
Is there anything that can counter that after? Like greater restoration or regeneration? Or
No.
Rest.
just rest?
Rest is the only thing that can do it.
Okay.
Kind of got to figure when you're messing with reality that there will be some side effects. So.
Yes, reality does not like to be fucked with. So say it, Fultus.
And now we're about to fuck with it twice, so let's do this.
Yeah.
Alright. Everyone ready?
Yep.
Before
Hope so.
we go, was the
And she kind of looks hesitant for a moment.
was the bead consumed
Oh,
in your spell?
that's a good question. I didn't use it as a focus, so...
Nothing was consumed. I mean, that would be pretty shitty if I was like, hey, here's this magic item as part of your loot. Oh, your level 5 spell consumed it.
Oh, I figured that was the case.
No, the bead's still there. Though you had kind of
Sybil's
forgotten
just
about
seen-
it till now.
Sybil's just seen magic eat other magic, so she's just like, that's just what happens.
That's true. That is what happens sometimes.
If
It do be that way.
It do be that way, though.
you don't need it, could I have it, please?
Yeah. I hand it over.
Sybil's going to take that, and she is going to just quickly, she's going to take a little bit, she'll take one of the dagger, she's going to cut a little bit of fabric from clothing, and she's going to just make a little, like, she'll roll the fabric so she can wear the bead, and she's going to put it on her wrist like a bracelet.
Okay. Easy. Torka kind of watches you do that, and she says,
Nice. Now you're one bead closer to a necklace. Can we go?
I'll put the iron stone away as well, and then...
She
Alright.
might be my favorite NPC that we've faced in so many months. I love her.
I
She's
very
got a
rarely
muscle
have
at
half-orc
the list.
NPCs. I mean, it's tough. I love playing, the savage races.
She gives me the same vibe as the guy from The Mandalorian of I have spoken.
All right, everyone, join hands.
Oh, that's a thing we have to do?
It's how we got here in the first place. Don't you remember?
No, I didn't.
I kind of just forced her to grab my hand briefly.
Okay.
She has her maul in the other hand. She's kind of like hugging it tight, and she kind of like cockeyed reaches her arm down to touch the other hand. Okay, and Ulrich, what are you doing, my man?
Gonna use the staff again for plane shift. with that rune sequence to bring us right to the fun times.
Alright, so, with the runic sequence being infused into the Staff of the Magi, Ulrich begins the quiet incantation, and as he twists the staff, you guys see, whereas before you had kind of just literally phased out of reality, this time there's kind of a seam in reality that tears up the center of the circle that you've kind of haphazardly created. From that tear comes a large circular structure that kind of rockets up and out of it, and as that happens, you can tell it's a gate. As the spell comes to a conclusion and the gyroscope portion of the staff begins to hum violently, you guys feel yourself kind of pulled through this gate entity, and the spell succeeds, and your group the 45-foot thing, by the way, is to let you know that the ceilings are 45 feet tall, so you do not need to ask that question. As soon as you guys come into this reality, the gate behind you, you hear it kind of warp. There's like a warping sound, and you feel yourselves being projected from it. As soon as that happens, I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw as you immediately step into these green clouds of gas that are around you.
All my saving throws are at -3 as well, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Damn, Winnie.
Well,
You were bound to fucking save, huh?
I guess. I have a +8. I could have used that somewhere else. Dice.
No, I think this is probably the good... If you teleport somewhere and the first thing I says is Constitution saving throw, now's the time to roll the nat 20, I think. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to roll for her as well. And then everybody go ahead and click your character and roll for initiative.
I am certain the only reason I rolled so high is because of the whole not breathing thing. I'm not fast, though.
Alright, so as you step into this gas, everybody immediately begins to cough and gag and choke. And as you look around at each other, everyone is visibly bleeding from every orifice on their face. Looking back at the rolls here, Gartok. Gartok, you're actually the only one who failed. You guys look at Gartok, and Gartok is actually bleeding from his fingernails as well. Gartok, you take 33 points of necrotic damage, and you are currently incapacitated. As you are literally coughing and vomiting and snotting up blood from your lungs and from every orifice on your face. Everybody else takes 15 points of necrotic damage.
So 7 for half of that for resistance.
If you are resistant, you take half. Yep, so 7.
Yay.
Oh, that's right. You're a fucking
Azamar power.
yeah. You're a damn Azamar now. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, note I did change my initiative in the tracker to give the penalty.
Thank you, and I am going to... Okay, so I've rolled on my end. So just correct me. I'm looking at what I have pulled up. I know there's some people with advantage on initiative rolls, so just bear with me here. Winnie, 12? No, you rolled a... No, what's yours? 12?
12 is a high.
Okay, so we've got 12. Ulrich, 7.
Correct.
Sybil, 7.
4.
4.
Yeah.
Because of the -3.
Understood. Thank you. Bloodmane, 17. No, 23.
23? Yep.
Yeah, sorry, it doesn't... It has... there's still some translation errors with you advantage folks. And Gartok, 23?
Incapacitated says I have disadvantage on initiative rolls.
But the initiative roll came first, so I'll let you take the 23.
Then yeah, 23.
Alright, so we are going to start at the very top of the round with Bloodmane. As you guys step into the gas, Gartok is immediately incapacitated. Gartok, I am going to... Give me 1 second. Alright, you are incapacitated. And guys, since it's 11:55, let's go ahead and take our halfway break, and then we will go straight into this mess. And I'm just going to really quickly scroll up. You can see everything, by the way. There's no fog of war here because you guys have been here and have seen things before. A couple of things that I'd like to just highlight before we take this 10-minute or so break is that, obviously, the gate you came out of is the gate you came out of. The gas is the gas. There is a ceiling here, and there are these crystal lanterns kind of hanging and giving off this eerie light. Over here, you can see that I'm just going to actually force you guys, focus ping. This is what appears to be some sort of crystalline structure connected by some weird lines of energy and a circle underneath it. There are some entities, some what appear to be statues, some sort of like stone statues. I'm going to do a few of these because they're like all fucking over. Most of them are stuck in what appear to be some sort of like combat poses. Like the one over here that I just pinged is literally got a bow out. The arrow is stone as well as the string, and it's in a full draw and kind of stuck there. You guys can see at the very far end of the room your friend who is up about 40 feet and looking down at you. The barrier up here to the north is what you guys had seen in the vision, except it now has a big bubble of pink energy kind of hovering around it. This river here appears to be made of blood that has some sort of steam coming up and out of it. And yeah, everything else I think we'll just take as we get to it. Sound good?
No.
Welcome to hell, motherfuckers! Alright guys, let's go ahead and take our break real quick. We'll see you all at about 12:10, 12:15 if you absolutely need it. But we'll start at the top with Bloodmane. Alright, for those of you hanging out in stream, we do take a midway break, and that is where we are at now. So let me go ahead and... Alright, be right back. Oh, that was really awkwardly placed. There we go. Okay, we'll be right back, friends. I'm going to turn my camera off, but I'll leave everything up so you can see it as is. And these guys will get back into it as soon as we are live. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Again, thank you so much for that raid. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. We love to have you all hanging out with us. And like I said, if you guys are around tonight, we're going to be playing some Warhammer tonight, some Warhammer Online. And yeah, then we'll be back at it tomorrow with D&D. So we'll see you guys in just a few. All right, friends of the stream, I am back. I came back a little bit early to hang out with y'all for a minute or so, see how everyone's doing. My breakfast is gone. Now I must nap. See y'all tonight. All right, Saru, sounds good, bud. Sounds good. And again, thank you, God. We got a lot of folks hanging out, man. You guys are freaking awesome. Don't mind me while I eat my children's leftover fruit leather. I love this shit.
Me too.
We're going to be kicking it off by the way, you guys. Here in just a few. Who just murdered me? Was that Seru? Sorry, excuse me. I fucking love fruit leather. I got distracted by Facebook. I get it. Alright, see you later, buddy. Take care of yourself and we'll see you tonight. Alright. This could either be really good or turn into an absolute shit show. Alright, as soon as we've got our crew back here, we got about 2 minutes and then we'll kick it off. There are better snacks than fruit leather. Small gave me his cheese stick and apple. You know what? I swear to God, we just ate a cheese stick too. And they're not ours, they're the kids. I mean, you know, obviously anybody can eat anything they want, but... Damn it. Didn't fill my water. I'll be right back.
Do you want good water? I can go grab it.
I'm going to get it.
Oh, I was just gonna say you're doing a stream.
Alright, y'all, sorry about that. Had to grab my water. Water? Alright guys, we are back. His breakfast was scrambled eggs and Cheetos, so, I mean, at least he's been fed. Good God, that sounds fucking amazing. I want scrambled eggs and Cheetos for breakfast. Who the fuck? That sounds amazing. I'm jealous. I'm really jealous. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Tomorrow morning, I'm having biscuits and Takis.
That sounds good to me.
Ooh, Takis with some gravy over the top, little scrambled egg action, and a nice side of explosive diarrhea for dinner. Alright, anyways, we're back.
What the fuck did I walk into?
I'm not even sure anymore. I'm just kind of setting the scene. Okay.
Is this what Gartok's having for lunch?
Probably. Nasty fucking lizard. I mean, he was eating vampire corpses, so.
And demon corpses.
And demon yeah.
Gartok is like a bad game of dietary Mad Libs.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because before Gartok, Bloodmane was the I eat weird shit guy, and then Gartok showed up and said, "Hold my scales," and then just started eating everything he could get his dirty little fucking fists on. All right, on that note.
Cut him off.
Yeah, right, no shit. Okay, on that note, we are going to the top of the round. Okay, so Bloodmane, I need a Constitution saving throw as your round begins. Alright, so Bloodmane, as you begin to breathe and choke and move through the gas, you take 12 points of necrotic damage and you resist the incapacitation. It is your turn.
Alright, I am going to grab Gartok and move as far as I can with him.
Okay, so you move at half speed since you're carrying somebody, but you move, you obviously you do whatever you gotta do.
Is it possible to double move, or does grabbing him count as that?
No, well, you know what, it technically would be because it's a grapple. So yeah, you would have to use your action to grapple him and pick him up, but you can then move your full 30, whatever the hell it is, or 40, divided by 2.
Alright. Do I have to, like, actually roll to grapple him or anything?
No, he's incapacitated. He can't
incapacitated.
resist. Yeah, he would automatically fail it.
Then I will go 20 with him, I suppose.
Okay. And I'll put him right behind you. So as soon as you begin to move, these things, all of them, all 5 of them, begin to buzz with energy. And they begin to spin rapidly in a circle. And you can see kind of like crackles of electricity riding down these like magical pathways that are kind of connecting the 5 of them.
Alright. I think that is all from me.
Alright. Next is Gartok. Gartok, your turn. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, because you are still technically in the gas. You make it at normal. Okay, so you do succeed. You only take 20 points of necrotic damage, but you do break yourself out of the incapacitation and your turn ends. So, in your arms, Bloodmane, you kind of, like, heave upwards, and Gartok spits literally this chunk of, like, already decomposing flesh out of his mouth onto the ground, and blood just spills out of his jaw. You also see 2 of his teeth fall out of his mouth and onto the ground. But you see him kind of come back to it. Winnie, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as your turn begins. '21 is a success. You are not incapacitated, and you only take 20 points of necrotic damage as you are horrifically coughing and choking through this cloud of whatever this is.
Okay. Am I, just out of curiosity, because it's going to help me determine what I do, am I able to see where this cloud or mist is coming from clearly, or no?
If you would like to take your turn to attempt to identify that, you are more than welcome to. What I can say is that the tiles that have gas on them are the tiles you will be affected in.
Okay. So I'm just going to So I'm going to, since I successfully fought it off, say out loud, "Get the fuck out of the fog," and then move. All right, I'm going to move. God, this is a huge risk, but I'm gonna move here to get out of the fog.
Okay. Yep. So you do successfully get out of the fog. As you step onto that square, you finally take a your first actual deep breath. Unfortunately, the whirring pylons that are currently spinning, you hear. Give me one moment. Actually, you only hear one of them, and it's the one closest to you.
Okay.
Give me a moment. AC is...
16.
That's weird. I wonder why you're... Oh, I never put it on your new character sheet. 16?
Yeah.
So the blast rockets out of this thing, and it hits next to you, and you can see it's just raw, fucking unadulterated electricity. Smashes into the rock to the north of you, and does not affect you. All right.
Okay.
And then okay, so all I do is that. I am going to I'm gonna hold my action.
Okay.
To use Thorn Whip on an enemy that comes within range.
Okay, understood.
And I already used my environmental to tell them to get the fuck out of the fog, so I guess that's it.
All right. That brings us to Torka. So Torka will need to make another Constitution saving throw. Oof. Torka fails. Jesus Christ, and she takes 41 points of necrotic damage. And she is incapacitated. So you guys see Torka kind of put her back to the wall, kind of like she's gasping for air. She heaves over, and as she heaves over, her right ear disconnects from her head and sloshes off of her face as she pukes blood onto the ground, and she appears to not be moving. She is literally just standing there and vomiting blood as her face is decaying from her skull. And that ends her turn. You guys hear from the rear of the room, and about 40 feet in the air, you hear the following.
I told you I would slaughter every last fucking one of you if you came for me. You liars! You cheat! Fucking scoundrels!
And it flies to the top of the ceiling, so it's at its full 45-foot height, and it's just watching at this point. Ulrich.
Well, that changes a lot. Is this last square not in the fog, or is it just still like if I were to? Is this not in the fog anymore?
That's the wall. Torka is butt up against the wall.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, sorry. I guess I can draw a little line there to show you. Give you a little
No,
bit
that's fine. Now that I know, I don't. I just want to know if I could like eke her back out past it that way instead of.
Gotcha. Yeah, it looks like the way out is through.
I have noodle arm and can't drag people.
I want to know what telekinesis is, and I want you to show me.
I'm going to try and drag her out as much as I can.
Okay, go ahead and give me that Constitution saving throw.
But I don't want to.
Now you're going to do it twice. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay, 12 is...
I'm going to use the thingy.
What thingy?
I'm looking for the name of it. Favorite of the gods.
Okay, you use Favored by the Gods, so you begin to cough and sputter and spit. Go ahead and roll your 2d4.
Looks at 19.
The gods have smiled graciously upon your noodly arm ass, because that was the difference between a success and a failure. So instead of taking 37 points of damage, you are going to take 16 points of damage. Excuse me, 18 points of damage, reduced in half to 9, because you are resistant to necrotic, and you are not incapacitated.
Alright, and then I can move her another 10, if that's all I got left for movement.
That is correct. So she is going to be toted, we'll just say right behind you. And 5, 10, 15, 20. The pylon here fires down at you. Give me one moment.
So, dumb question. Is it a
Yeah.
spell?
It is not a spell.
Okay.
That's not a dumb question. That was actually a really good question. What is your AC?
At the moment, 12.
12. Okay, so that is a hit. Give me one second. This is all custom shit on my end, so just bear with me. Okay, so you are struck by the arcane pylon. You take 15 points of lightning damage. And you are thrown in a random direction. Give me a moment to consult the D8. You are thrown directly ahead of you. 30 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. As you are thrown 30 feet, as the lightning blast hits you, you guys see him actually, it like strikes just behind him. Torka is dropped, and you are launched 30 feet to the north. As you land, you cross two of these beams. You cross two of the beams and immediately take force damage from both of them. That is 62 points of force damage.
I'm down.
And you guys see Ulrich. Boom! Hits behind him. He is thrown through the first beam, through the second beam. And as that happens, literally parts of his body are being ripped off of him. He hits the ground and immediately drops and goes unconscious. And that ends Ulrich's turn. Sybil, Constitution saving throw, please.
Uh-huh.
This thing said not to fucking come looking for him.
I was dead. I didn't hear that.
I said it.
She said it like 3 times.
I'm very in cap.
I chose to ignore it.
That's fine, but I said it.
Selective hearing.
All right.
As Fultus says,
Sybil.
we're either going to do it or we're going to die.
Yep, Sybil, you are incapacitated and you take 30 points of necrotic damage. Again, Sybil kind of like half bends over and she begins to cough. As she is coughing, her hair is just disintegrating from her head. Her nose begins to peel back, and you guys can start to see her skull underneath as she is literally disintegrating underneath the effects of this fog.
Oh, I just grew back that hair.
All the way back to the top. Bloodmane. Bloodmane, I do need a Constitution saving throw, please. Oof. A 12 is a failure. 8. So, Bloodmane, you take 41 points of necrotic damage, and you are incapacitated. Not looking good for you guys.
No, it is not.
Alright, so Bloodmane's turn ends. Gartok, Constitution saving throw, please. Man, you guys are really not doing yourselves any justice here. Okay, Gartok, you take 33 points of necrotic damage, and you are incapacitated. Winnie, you are not in the cloud. You see literally everybody in your group begin to decay you are watching them actively decay. Everybody is incapacitated. Ulrich has hit the ground and has almost borderline been cut in half. You watched it as he crossed each of those beams. He took massive amounts of damage.
Alright. I'm a little nervous to bring him back in there.
To be fair, he's not in a beam right now, but he is surrounded by these pylons.
Right.
And just to be clear, the two that did fire those energy beams are actively beginning to charge again. So just be aware of that.
Alright, so I'm going to move up here.
Okay, give me one moment, please. So as soon as you step from here to here, you immediately feel that familiar wave of entropy wash over you, and you feel your body kind of cease its natural healing process. Okay. So, just so we're clear. Secondly, because of where you are placed, this pylon here begins to whir, and it fires a beam at you. That is a miss. Again, it kind of, it fires out and blasts next to you.
Alright. Okay, so... God dang. I guess my only choice is really to double move. I literally can't do anything from here. Okay, so I'm gonna use my action to step back here.
Your action?
Yeah, to move again.
Okay, I understand. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I got you. Yeah, no, entropy fields are no bueno.
No, fuck that. And then I want to, I guess it doesn't. The entropy field just, no, fuck it, that's fine, I'll just stay right here. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on Ulrich.
Okay.
And then as he starts to, I'll do it just at first level for right now. And then as he starts to wake up, I'm going to tell him, be very careful, don't go through the beams.
Okay, so...
Get yourself out of there somehow.
Okay, so as that's happening, the central and the far left corner pylons fire blasts at Ulrich, as he is now conscious and a conscious creature within its range.
Okay.
So that is one absolute miss and one definite hit. Yeah, so as soon as Ulrich is kind of like, his eyes flicker open, he looks down and he realizes that he is absolutely fucking a mess. The central pylon blasts him for 28 points of lightning damage. And he immediately goes unconscious. And then is knocked 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 over here. I got out. Yeah, in that process, he unfortunately crossed 2 more beams, so bear with me.
Well, parts of you got out.
And he takes an additional 72 points of force damage as he flies through both of those. He is essentially minced meat. He is absolute fucking shreds of nothingness. He is dead. He is, dead. Wait, no, hold on. So you went down 1, 2, so you are at 2 death saving throw failures. But it did not equal your total hit points, which means that you did not immediately die, which is good. Okay, so, Winnie, anything else? So he gets up, the lightning blast, and then he flies again through these two things out. Oh, you know what? Actually, I take that back. I apologize. I didn't realize there was a statue here. He would have stopped there. He's not going to fly over or through the statue.
Just question. This we can't move. Are we able to move through this square?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can move around the pylons. They're kind of hovering as well, so.
Okay, because I still have 15 feet of movement right now. Oh god, I don't even know what to do. I'm gonna move over to him.
Okay. And again, as you enter that little threshold, you feel the entropy take hold.
Okay, and that's I did say something. Yeah, that's literally all of my economy. So.
All right, moving on to Torka. So Torka does succeed at her Constitution saving throw. Unfortunately, being incapacitated ends your turn. So she's going to take half of the damage. All right, so she is no longer incapacitated, but she is still coughing and choking and just barely coming to. All right, it is its turn. So it kind of laughs, and it shouts down to you, Winnie.
You are a liar! And now I will end all of you. You're done! Children of Stone, finish them off! Cut their heads from their bodies if they fall.
And as he does, the statues begin to animate and turn around, including the one directly in front of Ulrich.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Give me a moment, I'm turning them all around. It appears that they are taking their turn to animate, just to be clear. It's not like they're turning around and sprinting at you. This is not like some weird fucking, The Mummy shit where they just jump down and start moving at top speed. It takes a little while to get the grease going. Alright, Ulrich, death saving throw.
Nat 20, Ulrich.
Nope, worse.
That was not good.
And
That was
Ulrich,
the opposite.
Ulrich dies. So, Winnie, as you're looking down at Ulrich, you see the waves of entropy kind of rolling over his body. He takes one deep breath, and bubbles kind of rise up and out of this massive gash in his throat, and then the air stops. All right, Ulrich, if you would please start just taking note of how many turns you're at, just so we know for Revivify's sake. Sybil, Constitution saving throw, please. That is a success.
At a 14.
That is a failure.
Yeah. I'm tired.
That is 38 points of necrotic damage, and you are still incapacitated and very quickly fading. Bloodmane, Constitution saving throw. 22 is definitely a success. So you only take half damage, which is 21 points of necrotic damage, and you are no longer incapacitated. Gartok. Gartok, make a Constitution saving throw. Definitely a failure. So Gartok, you take another 28 points of necrotic damage, and you are incapacitated. Winnie.
Well, he's already dead. I'm going to I guess I'm gonna try to step back. I'm sure it'll get an attack of opportunity, but I'm gonna step back to here.
It does not swing at you.
Okay, amazing. And then I'm going to cast.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna use my 6th level spell slot to cast Conjure Animals.
Okay, give me a second. I gotta pull it up. Okay, you are conjuring animals. And where are you conjuring animals, and what is the thing that you're doing with them?
So I'm gonna conjure them. I don't
And
know
this will
how
be
this
twice
works.
as many, so.
Yeah. So
Okay,
I don't
go ahead.
know how if it will let me try to conjure them in there, or if it would just tell me no, since it's the no magic field. But I'm gonna try.
It's
to
not a
keep
no
it-
magic field. Where did you get that? It's an entropy
Oh,
field.
right. That's right. It's entropy. Yeah. So I'm going to just try to.
But I need to know the challenge rating. I gotta do rolls.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So since it's double, then I'm gonna do I'll do 4 beasts at CR1.
CR1. Okay, give me 1 second. Roll a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Roll a D10 for me. Okay. You've actually summoned these quite a few times before, which is hilarious. Oh, actually, you know what? That's not true. That's not true. Don't listen to my dumb
I
ass.
know it's not cows because I did it too high.
No, it's brown bears. So you will summon 4 brown bears. What is your, how does your thing work again? Just let me know how many HP. It's, they're HD, right?
It's hit dice times 2.
Okay, so you can go ahead and pull up the brown bear card. Make sure you're using the 2014 version, please. And their HD is 4, so they have an additional 8 HP. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they have 42 HP each. Okay, understood. I'm going to go ahead and summon them.
Okay.
All right, now where do you want them?
So
Just ping.
if we can move, those are all pretty good. If we can move this guy like right here.
I just dropped him. I was just dropping him to summon him, so just tell me.
I think I'm content with that, to be honest.
With that? Okay, perfect. So you mutter your incantation, and as your energy kind of floods out, you empower it ever so slightly, and 4 large brown bears spiral into existence and begin to work.
Okay, and then I'm going to. God, I have like nothing. So I'll just yell out. I'll say, "Ulrich's down. He needs to be revivified."
And those of you, actually, everybody can hear, so you all would hear that, regardless of your incapacitation.
And then and I think what I'd also like to do is I'm going to use my bonus action to use my Celestial Revelation, which gives me a flying speed and allows me to do 5 radiant damage to 1 target per turn.
Okay, so you are now flying. So your arms kind of go wide, and your hair kind of grows down your back and kind of feathers out as it attaches to your back, kind of like wraps around you, and you begin to flit and flutter and flounce.
Yeah, so definitely kind of floating above the ground instead of having my feet down, and then that's okay. Again, all of my action economy.
All right, down to Torka. So Torka is going to roll a Constitution saving throw. Oof, she failed again. So you see Torka, she begins to violently cough, and as she's breaking herself out of this incapacitation, she collapses to her knees. She reaches forward, takes one final, breath, and you see her right eye bursts from her head, and she collapses to the ground. All right, it is its turn. It actually appears to still literally just be watching. I have some behind-the-scenes markers on my map, and everybody has kind of steered fucking clear. So, for the most part. As the environmental effects obviously seem to be causing some problems. Okay, so with that being said, Ulrich, you can add a turn to your death count. The stone entities. Let me just jump on them real quick and check out their speed is very slow. They are moving at only 10 feet around and they cannot run. So bear with me. Alright, so there are 3 up here. They will attempt to attack these bears. So the first one is going to attack the bear. Just the bears that they're closest to, so just they're all the same. Okay, so this one is hit, and this one is hit, but the one up to the north is not hit. Can you please give me a Constitution saving throw for both of those bears? Those are both failures. So this bear takes 5 points of damage. Bear with me for 1 sec. And this bear only takes... well, this bear takes 9, which is still not that bad. So... Whoops. There we go. And what happens is that you see... so... They are currently restrained. As these things sweep down with their claws, the claws sink into the bear's flesh. As it begins to get dragged down, you see the bottoms of the bear's feet and legs begin to turn to stone. Give me 1 sec, it's actually, I'm trying to find the fucking, I think this is it. There we go. Okay, they are not fully stone, but they are very obviously turning to stone. Alright, that is the end of all of their turns, as they're very slow. Sybil, go ahead and give me a... God, yep, this is, man. To be clear, that video...
is not my,
True.
strong point.
And to be fair, that the video you guys saw 3 times very clearly had gas floating all fucking around. That's 35 points of necrotic damage, and you are incapacitated. Bloodmane. You are not incapacitated right now, but go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw. Success. You can act fully and normally, and you only take 10 points of necrotic damage.
All right. I will continue to drag Gartok out.
Okay. Okay, so Gartok and Bloodmane are both out of the gas. So that was your action and your movement. If you have bonus or anything like that, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, nothing at the moment.
Okay. Gartok, no need for a Constitution saving throw, as you are out of the gas and immediately unincapacitated, excuse me. So it is your turn.
Okay. So this might be a bit wild and Utah, but I'm gonna try and see the gas. Does it seem like there's an origin source of it?
Yeah, so you'd like to take your turn to attempt to perceive whether or not you can figure out where this thing is at?
Yeah, so I can...
Okay.
See if I can try and stop it.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check. 14? So 14's, I mean, that's actually not that bad, and it's not like this is being hidden all that well. It just is. This chandelier right here, the crystals at the bottom have little perforated like chunks taken out of them, almost like an upside down pepper shaker, and the gas is pouring out of it.
Would it seem like does it seem like breaking them will stop it, or will it just keep going on the?
Your character has very low intelligence, so I am not going to give you that information. But you can do whatever you want.
And that was my action, correct?
That was your action, yeah, to find out what was actually going on. Unless, actually, you know what? Hang on. You rolled a, what did you roll? A 14? Let me just, hang on. Give me a second to pull up my, because if your passive perception was higher than that, I may allow it.
It is. My passive perception is 18.
18? Yeah, but okay, that's fair. Give me one sec. I'll allow you to use that as a bonus action instead of a full action. Yeah, because an 18 passive perception with you actually intending to look, I 1, I 2 follows about a second later.
Perfect. I love that description. Alright, in that case, Gartok will draw his bow, and this time he'll aim at the lanterns above to see if he can just shoot them down.
Okay, and you're going to target the one with the little pepper shaker bottoms?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack roll for me, please. Straight roll.
That should not be a -5, that's my mistake, sorry.
Okay, so your total...
14.
14 is a hit. Go ahead and give me damage. Okay.
7 damage.
All right. So you strike the chandelier. A couple of the baubles at the bottom shatter, and gas stops coming out, but there are still a few left.
Okay, well, I have one more shot.
Okay, go ahead and make your shot. Jesus, that's a nat 20. Okay. So you fire the second shot, and you actually clip the fucking chain. You snap the chain instead of actually going for the baubles, and the chain breaks loose, and as it falls, there was a little hose connected, like, into the ceiling through this thing, and it kind of sputters for a minute, like a vacuum hose that's been cut, but it only does that for like 2 or 3 seconds before it kind of pitters out, and the glass chandelier hits the ground underneath it, shatters, and the gas almost immediately evaporates. As that happens, Sybil is no longer incapacitated. And Gartok, go ahead and take an inspiration point for that. That was pretty inspiring and very smart.
Cool. I'm gonna immediately action search.
Smart man. I would have done the same. As a fighter, I would have done the same.
And my bow will turn to the entity. Actually, I'm gonna fly up 30 feet. Because I have my boots.
Okay. As you begin to fly up, the pylon to the south, and then you see a beam fire off of it towards you, Gartok. Give me 1 second. What's your AC right now?
18.
Oh, I rolled an 18 on the dot. So you are struck by the pylon.
This is lightning damage, right?
This is lightning damage, so you will take half. Okay, so it's only 8 points of lightning damage. That's already reduced. And you are thrown in a random direction. Alright, so the pylon, because you are currently in flight, now has to contend with many other possible directions. Hilariously enough, it throws you straight up to the ceiling. So you are now at a 45, you are at the very top, you are 45 feet up.
Perfect.
Take no additional damage. That actually worked out in your favor.
It did. And because of my feet, I can shoot at maximum range without disadvantage, which is 600 feet. I'm going to pull out 2 + 2 arrows, and I'm going to try and shoot entity at the back.
Okay, understood. So go ahead and fire.
That one misses.
Yeah, so the nat 1 is definitely a miss. Alright, and 15 is also a miss.
Thanks. And that'll be the end of my turn because I used it.
Okay. Winnie.
Alright, so I'm going to... Is all of the fog gone?
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay,
It
I
is
just wanna make sure it
gone.
was all of it. Okay, so I'm going to... I'm going to use my bonus action to drop the unicorn totem.
Okay, that's a 30-foot radius, right?
That's correct. I'm looking at something really fast too.
What is that actually called? What is that ability called?
Spirit totem.
Okay.
And then
Sorry, what were you looking at? And I
sorry,
need
so
to
I'm
know.
gonna do
Give me 1 second here. Trying to find my dim. I got so many animated things now. I'm trying to find where the hell my thing went. Here we go.
Oh.
Sorry about that. Okay, and where is your right there?
If it'll let me, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
It's not attackable. Ooh. I like that.
And you said it's 30 feet though?
It's 30 feet, yeah.
Five, 10, 15, 20, 25. A little bit bigger. Give me a sec. It's a radius sphere, right?
Yes.
Looking for my center point
Let me
here.
make sure I'm right. Yeah, 30-foot
5,
radius.
10, 15, 20, 25,
The
30.
tradition continues.
Okay, that's exactly, that is literally the exact space. Is that where you want it?
Can we move it down 1? Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, it should be just barely getting Sybil. It should be getting Torka. Yeah, it looks like it's getting all of them except me. Okay. All right, and then I'm going to.
There we go. Put it down so we can see. So there is a unicorn spirit, the little constellations, and there is like the spirits.
So cool.
I got some fun shit.
I love it. So then I'm going to step back here.
Okay. And is it on their turns that it happens, by the way? I forgot how the healing spirit works.
Oh, when I use a spell slot.
Then
with-
everybody heals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. When I use a spell slot to heal, I should say, then everybody heals.
Got it.
And my pets, I think they have to be in it. One second.
Yeah, they don't. They would have to be in it, I would assume.
Yeah, but if they're in it, even if I, just so that you know, even if I don't cast, they gain anyway, but they're not in it, so. Okay, so then I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use my action to actually just do a level 1 cure wounds on myself, but everybody will then get 16 points of healing.
Okay. So.
Including Merca and
Yep.
Sybil.
Did you say Merca?
Torka.
Oh, I thought I heard you say Merca. I was like,
Just making up names.
Murica. She gets up and she screeches like a bald eagle.
And then I am getting 25 points.
And that 18 applies to everybody in it?
The 16 does, yeah.
Or 16?
Yeah.
All right. So the unicorn spirit very rapidly lightnings around this sphere as Winnie lets off the charge of her cure wounds, and everybody inside immediately gets a little bump. Winnie?
Sorry, and then I was just updating my tokens. So
No problem.
And then I do want to use my, I'm going to use verbal. I'm going to say, we can't heal starting around where Ulrich's body is. We'll have to drag him back. Stay out of the beams. And that, I can't do anything else. But I would say that very loudly, I just didn't scream it.
Okay, it is your bear's turn. So give me 2 Constitution saving throws from the 2 that are currently restrained.
Okay. Oh, those are better.
Both successes. They both stop turning to stone. Go ahead and give me your attacks and tell me where they're being directed.
Yes, so this will start on the left. Is going to attack the obvious one here. So we'll start with the bite, and then I'll do the claws.
Okay.
Oh, the nat 20 I'm sure hits, but I don't know if the 12 does or not.
Yeah, the nat 20 definitely hits, and it does take full damage. So 20... So that's... sorry, that's 11, 12, 13 points, right?
Yes, 13 points.
Okay.
13 magical slash.
All right, this thing is immediately bloodied as... They don't look very well put together. They're statuesque, obviously. They look like some sort of automaton or a construct of some sort. And as the bear slashes it, it like tears off one of its arms completely and a good chunk of its body.
All right, and then the
The
next
bear
one...
next to it?
Yep, the next one's going to do the same thing, just attack that same one. Jeez.
No way.
I got
Holy
another nat
shit.
20 on the
All right, yeah, it only had 12 hit points left. So the second bear, as the first bear claws it, the second bear grabs onto it and just tears it in half, and the whole thing crumbles to a pile of stone.
And then I want to have them both move. They can move 40, so I'm going to have them both move up this way
Okay.
to get into combat with that one. And then this one will attack the one in front of it. Fight was 12, or 16.
Okay, those are both misses.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Okay, and then the final attack.
Yep. Okay, so the bite does hit.
Okay, so 10 points of magical piercing.
All right, and you see him bite it in like the midsection and tear a chunk out of it. It's not quite bloody, but it's almost there.
Okay, that is all that they can do.
Okay, so as your turn ends, the Bone Tyrant, you see 2 of its kind of entities that are floating around it, and then fire 2 projectiles, 1 at each of your bears.
Okay.
I need both. I need one of them to roll a Constitution saving throw, and one of them to roll a. Need one of them to roll a Wisdom saving throw. Okay, so the bear in front is struck by a beam that begins to again turn it to stone. It is currently restrained. The second one, Winnie, you're not entirely sure what happened to it, but it's like this pink beam that hits it. You guys have seen the beams before, so you can kind of do with that what you will. You feel your connection to it kind of become muddied.
Yep.
All right. Torka. So Torka looks kind of panicked right now as she kind of glances around the room. She is going to kind of shout out, "We're in a bad fucking situation here. Shit!" She 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 comes up here and around the pylons, and she kind of looks at you, Winnie, as everything's kind of going on here. Now, is it only if you cast a spell, by the way, for the healing spirit? It's not anybody, right?
I will double check, but I believe it's only.
I think it's only you as well, but...
if you cast this spell using a slot that restores hit points. Yep, just me.
So, Torka, she pulls the gauntlet off of her left hand and throws it on the ground. And she holds the ring up, and she says, she looks at you and she just goes,
I'm so fucking sorry. Jin within my ring. I wish for all of my allies here to be protected against the entropy field of this tyrant. And furthermore, I demand one extra thing. I need Ulrich back from the dead now. Take me if you must.
and you see the ring flash, and there is this burst of energy from the Bone Tyrant, and you see its center eye go dull. You feel that the entropy field has faded, at least from your guys's, as in your bear's, person, their bearson, and suddenly, excuse me, Ulrich takes a breath. Ulrich, you are at 1 hit point. And Torka drops to her knees, and as the ring continues to bubble with this energy, this crackling energy, a small beam of energy rockets out and hits Ulrich. Ulrich takes a breath, and Torka, her breath leaves her body, and you see her body disintegrate and kind of get sucked into the ring. And the ring cling, cling, cling.
Okay.
It is its turn. You hear it from the back of the room.
You brought friends to sacrifice themselves. Now you all die.
And it is going to fire a beam. Give me a wisdom saving throw for one of the bears.
They're not very wise.
So another pink energy beam flies out and hits the bear that is currently being turned to stone. And that is it for its turn. Ulrich. Ulrich, as you come to, you hear a voice kind of echo out in your mind. You hear,
Wake up, asshole. This is for you. Foltest has no power here.
Well, shit. I am going to do what I've always told myself I never get to do, and I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to physician heal myself. I think literally, I think I'm going to pop a 6th level heal into myself.
okay, so you conjure your diviny arcane energy, and as you do so, there is a flash of light that comes down from the ceiling and washes over you, and you guys see Ulrich is almost fully healed.
And then I guess I'll be done. That's really all I got.
Alright, the stone entity's turns. I'm gonna do some movement on these guys. Okay, that's all they can move. So one is going to attack the bear. Okay, that's a hit. Give me a Constitution saving throw, Candace. And here's the second attack. And that's also a hit. It resists the petrification. Give me a second.
Count again?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so the first bear only takes 8 points. Okay, and the second bear takes 11 points, bringing it to 31, and it is now restrained as it begins to turn to stone. Oh, you know what? There's one more that can attack down here. That's my bad.
That's fine. You don't have to.
It's a miss by 1.
Right.
All right. Sybil,
I can do a thing?
you can actually act.
Oh, fuck.
Or
Okay.
dance or sing. I don't care. It's your art form, not mine.
I mean, it is me.
That's what I say.
Okay. So, important question that I
Okay.
was going to ask Red One. These pylons.
Yes.
Where are they positioned? Like, can a person go under them, over them? How thick are they? Like, visually, what the fuck?
Yeah, so
over
they're about 5 feet wide and about 12 feet tall. They're all connected by the obvious beams that are on the map. You could probably scoot under them if you really wanted to.
Under the beams?
You could try. You could definitely do it. But yeah.
Okay. Cool. Just wasn't sure if it was like a wall of energy or if they were just thin beams. Cool. Okay. DM note. I know I won't be able to speak. I am actively holding my breath because fuck this place.
Understood.
Okay, now I'm gonna move. Sorry, I'm counting. That's movement 1. That's gonna be my bonus action.
Okay. And as you do that, there is a whirring from the center pylon, and a beam of electricity rockets out at you. What is your AC, please? Disregard. I rolled a nat 1. So as you are running, this beam of energy comes crackling out. You kind of do this backwards duck, and it flies over your chest and strikes the wall next to Winnie.
Okay. Sorry, I misspoke. That would have been my action to double move. My bonus action is going to be to activate the Sunblade.
Okay, let me get an aura. That's a 30-foot aura, I believe, correct? 30 and 60?
15 for bright, 15 for dim.
Alright, there you go. So you pull the Sunblade out, it activates, and you guys get the light that kind of washes over the area.
She's just gonna kind of look over at Winnie and just nod once, and which probably causes the blood to splatter a little bit more. She's fucked up. And then she waits for the next hell to start.
Okay. Bloodmane.
Alright. I am going to... I'll actually just move there, and I will use my action to cast Mirror Image.
Okay, understood. Let me get your friends. So you guys hear this string of incantations kind of flood out from Bloodmane, and as he does so, you guys see his body kind of start to mirage-like shimmer, and it splits off into 3 separate kind of ghost-like entities that take shape and follow his actions.
And I will get my sword ready. Other than that, that's my turn.
Gartok.
Okay, I'm going to, as a bonus action, I'm going to cast a lightning arrow.
Okay.
It's 3rd level. It turns my arrow into a bolt of lightning, essentially. And I'm going to try and shoot the beholder this is a normal attack. I mean, Bone Tyrant, not Wolf. Sorry.
Okay. Very similar, but yes. Okay, so you whisper the incantation. Your armor kind of crackles with electricity, and it kind of stretches down your arm and into your arrow as you pull back and fire.
Quick question before I fire. So still using a normal arrow for this one, but for the +2 arrows, does it like? Because I have a +1 bow. Does it instead go to the +2 arrows when I attack, or is it just the damage?
It's the damage, and they're magical.
17.
So you fire the arrow. It streaks across. The top of this thing, narrowly dodging the rocky surface, and it does not hit. It hits, but it doesn't actually penetrate its armor.
Okay. Well, it still takes half damage. So of this 48.
Okay. All right. It seems to take all of that half damage.
And if there's any creatures within 10 feet of it, they need a dexterity saving throw, which I don't think there is. Unless we count the flesh table.
So it's 45 feet in the air, so it wouldn't impact it anyways. But you do see, I mean, it hits, you see it kind of like seize up for a second, and then it kind of comes to, and some of its eyes and bone entities are smoking.
Alright, well, I'm going to shoot it with another arrow. This will be a +2.
Understood. Yeah, and it strikes the bony exterior and bounces off.
That'll be it for me, because that's all my actions.
Okay, Winnie.
Alright, so would I be able to use my environmental action to pick up the ring?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that, pick up the ring, and then I'm gonna reach over, looking at Sybil, and go, ooh, and then I'll Cure Wounds her at 3rd level. So
Okay.
everybody gets healed for 16 points, and Sybil, your total will be...
I don't think I get healed because I'm 45 feet in the air.
Yeah, your point was on the ground, wasn't it, Winnie?
Yeah, I mean, it only goes 30, it's only 30 feet. So
Okay, so yeah, he's just out of it.
but Sybil, you're gonna take a total of 29 points of healing.
More than doubling what I had. Thank you.
Yeah, so Sybil takes 29, and then everybody else except Gartok takes 16.
And then...
Not me. I'm not in it either.
That is correct.
Oh,
that
shit,
is correct.
yeah, I forgot I was gonna move it
Yep.
forward. Oh, well,
That's okay. He's very close to full, so.
Yeah. I will still... I can't do much else anyway, so I'll still use my bonus action to move the thing up, so that way it will still... It'll, like, basically, I think... Hold on.
To move the energy.
Totem, yeah, 5. Because it's, like, right here right now, so it'll go 5, 10, 20... To, like, right here. It should still have everybody in it. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Everybody except Gartok. Sorry, Gartok, you got the Sybil treatment. And then that was my bonus action, and then I'm gonna also move up a little bit here. 15. I'm gonna hang out with my burr.
Okay. As you take a step forward, the pylon, doesn't do that. Well, maybe kind of like that, whatever. It is going to fire a bolt of electricity at you.
Okay.
Nope, I rolled a 7. It flies past you and strikes the wall.
Alright. Lucy, I don't know if I actually can put it up in the air or not. It's never come up. So I'll look into that. Okay, and that's it for me.
Okay, so for the bears then, go ahead and give me 2 Constitution saving throws.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay. So the one to the south succeeds.
Okay.
And shakes off its turning to stone. The bear at the top completely freezes in place. I've got it grayed out right now, and it has become completely petrified.
Okay.
And then give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
For them or for me?
For the bear.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm staring at it. I'm waiting for it to come across. I forgot it only comes across to me. Okay,
Oh.
so you still feel the muddied connection to the to this bear.
All right. That one. Okay, got it. Question.
Yes.
On this bear, since it got struck with the thing and it's changed. Oh no, it was from the statue. Never mind. Answered my own question.
Okay, they can still make attacks.
Okay, so then this one will attack the statue because it's not
Okay.
charmed to the statue.
Yep, understood. Okay, the bite misses, but the claw hits.
Okay. Then that one can't do anything. This one will attack the one next to Ulrich.
Understood. The claws hit.
Okay.
And that is a bloodied statue.
Okay. And then this one will attack the statue closest to it.
Understood. Okay, and those are both misses, unfortunately.
Okay. All right, and that's it for our turn.
All right. Winnie, as you grab the ring and pocket it, you hear kind of a whisper.
You better win. Don't let my sacrifice go in vain.
Yeah, I was gonna ask for my environmental action. Does it take the entire environmental action to grab the ring? Because that's something I was gonna holler to, but picking it up was.
I mean, you can holler. It's kind of
Okay,
moot
so
and
she was
elementals.
gonna holler. We could just say at the end of everything, you hear Winnie scream out, "Vertorga!" To try to get people fucking moving. Let's go kill this thing.
Okay, so the Bone Tyrant stays in its place, and it's just kind of actively watching the field right now. Ulrich. Ulrich, also don't forget to update your character sheet HP.
Oh yeah, that oops.
No, you're fine. I looked over and I was like, oh, he's not at 1.
That's better. That made me forget everything that I just thought about for the past 5 minutes. Nope, now here it goes. I'm going to bonus action my otherworldly wings to give myself a fly speed.
Okay, and this is not the, well, actually, I'll just put your character token out there. Doesn't matter. Okay, so you.
It's not the wings. That's the little wings. One of the 3 wings sets of wings that I can take if I want. Because I can't get that power again for another 2 more days. And then I'm going to fly up 15 feet. Just to make sure I can get Gartok in it. And I'm going to cast Holy Aura because it's also a 30-foot radius around me.
Okay, so you go up 15 feet. All right, and then you cast Holy Aura, you said?
Yep.
And you said it's 30 feet?
Yeah, it's 30-foot radius around me. Yeah. All my friendos.
All right, there you go. So you, and what level is that? 5?
8th.
Okay. So you pop, the wings sprout from his back, and as he takes to the air, the stone creature does not take an attack of opportunity, just to be clear. And as your incantation comes to a crescendo, this energy radiates, ripples out from Ulrich, affecting everybody within the radius. And that means that, let's see. Creatures have disadvantage on their saving throws. And you guys have, no, they have disadvantage to attack you guys, and you guys have advantage on your saving throws.
Yep.
Okay.
Then I'm going to fly back down 15 feet.
Okay.
And I'm concentrating, so if you want to throw a token on for that.
Got it. All right. The stone creatures. Give me a second here, these slow fuckers. Alright, so the one by the petrified bear is going to attack the charmed bear. That is a hit. Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh.
Okay, it does say, yeah, it saves. It takes a little bit of damage, only 5 points. Alright, and then the two to the south are going to attack the bear, but they are doing so at disadvantage because, right, it's their attack rolls are disadvantage in the Holy Order. Okay, so they will both attack at disadvantage. Okay, that's a hit. And another hit. Okay, so give me 2 Constitution saving throws. Success on both, and it only takes 9 points of damage. All right. That
Kevin,
is...
real
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to check one thing because it's not an aura that radiates from me. This affects everyone that's in the sphere gets that effect. So
Okay, so it's not radiating around you. It's just anybody...
No, anyone that was in that radius when I cast the spell that I choose gets advantage on all saving throws, and everything against them as attacks are at disadvantage.
Okay, understood. So it's just a one-time effect, and then...
Yep.
Okay.
And then I concentrate on the effect to keep it up on everyone else.
Got it. So I will drop that aura then. And then...
slightly less glowy as
yeah.
a map.
Yeah,
Well, technically we're more because we all now shed 5 feet of dim light, but
that
that's
is true.
not-
As if the horrors around you were not clear enough. They're much more clear now. Okay. All right, that brings us to Sybil.
Well, I am no longer legally bloodied, so I can do things now. Unfortunately, I can't tell exactly where the wall is, so if I go into the wall, sorry.
Yeah, you are right next to the wall, so...
Okay.
Okay. And that's the blood, just so you know.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, could I see that? I'm gonna see if I can just kind of jump over that and end up over here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a jump distance that is definitely more than 5 feet, so you can easily jump over it.
That's movement. I can't go around that thing. Oh, that's fun. Well, that puts me there. I'm gonna see what happens when I try and attack a statue. I'm sure this is gonna go well.
Oh, it'll be fine. Go ahead and give me your attack rolls.
Oh, I was on inventory. No wonder.
I've done that twice today.
Okay, so you swing the sunblade.
Oh, shit, that's a 13.
That's okay. You swing the sunblade, and it kind of clips along this thing's like stony pauldron and kind of bounces up and off of it.
Okay. This is a wall here, right? I cannot go past it in... the only way I can go past is to go here, right?
Correct.
Okay, so bonus action to move. This one can't swing on me because I attacked it. So 5, 10. We are going to go there. Nope, we're gonna go here.
Okay.
That's where we're at. No longer in the unicorn glow. It's great.
All right. As you do that, as you end your turn, there is a beam that emanates from the tyrant, down towards you, Sybil. And I need... a dexterity saving throw, please.
And advantage because magical aura thingy.
Yes.
What the fuck, dice? I'm good at that. That's a 9.
All right, so Sybil, you are hit with the beam, and there's kind of like this webbing that wraps around you. You are slowed. Your speed is halved, and you cannot take reactions. And on your turns, you can only take an action or a bonus action, not both.
Oh, that is such an anti-rogue thing. Okay. Then her final verbal is just a fuck.
All right, all the way back to the top. Bloodmane.
I'm going to move there.
Okay. Assuming you're not moving through the beams.
Nope, going around.
Okay. All right, so...
I saw it happen to Ulrich. I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb.
All right.
And I'm not raging, but I will start swinging on this thing.
Understood. Okay, 23 does hit. And as you come down on it, you cleave straight through the upper torso of this thing, and as your blade pulls back, it crumbles into a pile of dust.
I will Great Weapon Master move there.
Okay, give me one moment. So as you step into the blood, give me a dexterity saving throw, please, at advantage because of the holy aura. Okay, beautiful. And as you step into it, you feel this blood is extremely hot. It would be 13 points of fire damage, but it is reduced to 6 because of your save. No other effects. And then you can take the Great Weapon Master attack.
Okay.
Yeah, 30 will do it. It had exactly 15 hit points left. So you smack this fucking thing, and as you do so, again, it just kind of crumbles into a pile of dust. You do still, if you have any remaining movement, you can utilize that, and you still have one extra attack from your multi-attack.
So from the Great Weapon Master, I had 5. But I don't think I have enough space to get to that other guy, so I'll just get out of the burning blood.
Okay. All right. And anything else?
That is... Yeah, that is all for now.
All right. Gartok.
Alright, I'm going to, once again as a bonus action, flood a normal piece of, normal arrow, not a normal piece of arrow, just a normal arrow. A whole one, hopefully, and I'm going to cast lightning arrow on it, and then try and shoot
Okay.
the Bone Tyrant again.
You can do it.
All right, so you fire your arrow. A 30 does hit. And it also takes regular arrow damage, right?
I think so.
No, it says instead of the weapon's normal damage.
Understood, thank you. Alright, so it strikes it. It kind of rears back and kind of vibrates, and you see some bone fragments actually fall off of the bottom of it.
Okay, and then I will pull out another +2 arrow and try and shoot it.
Okay. Yeah, and again, as it's kind of rearing back in the shock, the second one, as it's flying across the ceiling, gets snagged on a rock and drops to the ground. All right.
I'm happy where I am, so I'm not gonna. That's my turn.
All right, Winnie.
All right. So firstly, these two will heal first. Before I say, I'm pretty sure it's 16. I don't think it's anything different.
What's that, the bears?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. It's 8. It's half of my druid level, so it's 8 each. And then, does this bear look damaged? Like, does it look hurt?
Not anymore.
Okay, with that. Okay, so then I want to move the totem up so that basically I'll be at the bottom of the thing, and I want to encompass everybody up here if I can. So like, yeah, and then over just a little bit to the right.
Oh, over to the right.
Yeah.
Well, there's a wall there, so
Oh,
it doesn't
okay.
matter
Yes,
anyways.
perfect. All right, perfect. So, we'll do that. Yep, I'm still in it. Great. And then, God, I'm really not hurt. That was my bonus action. So I will, I guess I'll. How's everybody looking right now? Just at a quick glance. Does anybody look like they're bleeding outright?
The people who you would notice are not doing well are Gartok is pretty profusely bleeding, and Sybil still does not look great.
Okay, Gartok's still bleeding, so I'm going to. I will use up everything, but I will use my 7th level spell slot to cast heal on Gartok. So it'll be 80 points of healing.
What's the range on heal?
It's let me double check it. Oh, it's 60 feet. He's still too far, isn't he? All right, then that'll be
Yeah, because he's
on-
35 feet away from you on the ground and 45 feet
Right,
up.
yeah. So that'll be on Sybil then. 80 points of healing to Sybil. Sorry, Gartok, I tried. And then everybody gets 16 points of healing. That's in the circle.
Yep. Your bears all look fully healed at this point. Okay, anything else?
I will yell out, make sure we're talking to each other. We need to get this done. And then I'm going to move. I'd be able to like step over or get over the terrible river, right?
Yeah, you can jump. You've got a jump speed, so it's 5, 10, it's 15 feet. Yep.
Perfect. And then that's it for me. And then for the bears, we'll start here. This one will attack here.
Understood. Hey, thanks for the follow.
Pause hit.
Okay, 22
John
hits.
Weasley E followed your channel.
And then I will have this one move. This is a wall, right? Right there.
It is, yep.
Where can it fit up there? Probably nowhere.
Hey, thank you very much for that follow. We appreciate you being here.
I'll just have it move here.
Where?
Hold on.
Thing again?
10, 15, 20. Can it get here?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, I can get right there.
Okay, perfect.
Give me a dexterity saving throw for it as it crosses the hot blood.
Does not pass that. Oh wait, it's at advantage, isn't it? Since
It is.
Oh, maybe.
That's a success.
Hey, alright.
And it only takes half damage, so it only takes 8 points.
Okay. And then it will attack that.
Alright.
And it'll miss.
It does miss, yes.
Okay, and then this one will attack the statue closest to it.
Yep, the nat 1 misses, but the bite does hit.
Okay.
And it is bloodied.
Alright, perfect. And I think that is all they can do because this one is petrified. And I move. Yeah, that's all my stuff. Yep.
Alright, it is its turn. It is going to start firing beams. So the first beam is going to fire down at this bear. It is a black beam with a red core. And I need from it a dexterity saving throw, please.
Which one was it?
The one that just moved up, so it'll be at advantage.
Alright, thank you.
Okay, so that's a fail. And it takes 48 points of necrotic damage. So the beam hits it, and it kind of rears back, and it hits the ground and dissolves.
Alright.
The next ray will fire at Sybil.
What if it didn't, though?
This one is a green ray of energy. And that green ray of energy, Sybil, will require a dexterity saving throw.
My dex saves are not affected by being slowed, correct? Just my action type things and movement speed?
That is correct. And you roll with advantage. There we go. Okay.
21.
That is a success. The beam comes flying at you, and even in your slowed state, you turn just enough for the beam to strike the ground next to you. The third beam is another black beam, but it's more shadowy than the one with the red core, and that one is targeting this bear here, so I need a wisdom saving throw from the bear. Okay, and the bear, unfortunately, looks immediately panicked, Winnie, and you lose all connection from it.
Okay.
Alright, that is its turn. Ulrich.
I'm gonna use my wing just to kind of like hover up over the, not touch the blood.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna point the staff at the tyrant and use 7 charges off of it to cast a 7th level fireball.
Alright, so Ulrich fires a fireball. Go ahead and roll the damage for me. And what's the DC, please?
19. Dexterity.
Well, that was very anticlimactic. Let's try this one. There we go. Okay. So the fireball streaks out across the room, and that is a... I'm sorry, what was the DC? 19, you said?
Yeah.
Dexterity. Oh my god. Rolled a 6. So the fireball detonates, I mean, right in front of this thing's face. It actually shunts it against the wall, and you see it drop to the ground. And it is bloodied at this point. Pieces of it are falling off rapidly. You feel it is looking like it's at the point of deterioration.
That's it.
All right. As you end your turn, it is going to fire a beam of energy, and it is going to attempt to target you, Ulrich.
Oh no.
Ulrich, I need a strength saving throw, please.
With advantage?
With advantage, yeah. All right, and you actually manage to save the holy aura that you have surrounded yourself with. The beam strikes you, and as it does so, you feel it trying to gain control of your wings and your body, and you manage to resist it. All right, the stone creature's turns. All right, so the 3 that are currently engaged are going to take swings. The first one's at the bear. And even with disadvantage, that is a hit. Okay, so that's 13. 13 points from that. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me for the bear.
Okay. There you go.
All right, and it resists the stone's effect. Ulrich, the one in front of you, is going to attempt to attack. All right, now, you being affected by Holy Aura, does that mean that it automatically rolls at disadvantage against you, or did it have to be
Yes.
in the aura when you cast it?
No, it's an effect on me, so it's just like if it's, think of it as everyone has protection from good and evil, so it's disadvantage on all attacks against me and advantage on all saving throws. that we have.
Understood. Okay, so it only rolled a 10, so it misses you. The second one is going to attack the bear. And that is also a 10 and a miss. Okay, as they're moving and taking their turns, this thing's going to pop off its last 2 legendary actions. The first one is going to target Ulrich. Ulrich, this one is a pink beam that comes rocketing down upon you. And that is going to be a wisdom saving throw. Roll no further. You have succeeded against the charm. The second beam is a black beam with no core, and that one is going to target Sybil. Sybil, that is a Constitution saving throw.
My favorite.
At advantage.
13.
Okay, that is a failure. So as it strikes you, you take 37 points of necrotic damage. No additional effects. So the beam hits Sybil, and you guys see some of the flesh begin to rot and peel off of her face again. And that brings us to Sybil.
Just got that flashback. Okay, I'm going to... I dislike all of this. I'm gonna step here. I'm gonna attempt a murder.
Okay.
Does a statue even have vulnerable points on it? Is what I am shooting to find, or aiming to find out.
Yeah, a 28 hits, and you can roll with sneak attack. All right, so yeah, Sybil, you as this thing is swinging at Ulrich, you see a spot underneath its arm that has a little gap in it, and it almost has this fleshy material in the gap. So you drive your dagger in, and as you cut down and across the back, you dislodge its entire left arm, and the whole thing crumples into a pile of dust.
She's back to holding her breath, so she nods to Ulrich, and then I can't go another diagonal, that would be done. So she goes right to the edge of the unicorn and just looks at the statue and tries not to think about the fact that she's a beam target still.
Okay, that brings us to Bloodmane.
And there was no further save against the slow, correct?
Yeah, go ahead and make another save for me.
Okay, that was Dex still?
Yep.
20?
20 is a success. You successfully peel the webbing off of your body and are now moving at regular speed.
Okay, and I'm assuming that was the end of my turn, correct?
Correct.
Okay, solid. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's perfectly fine. I had actually forgotten about that. It's a lot of status effects on the field.
Alright, I'm just going to move there, and I'm going to unleash an Eldritch Blast at the Bone Tyrant.
Okay. Alright, so you fire 3 blasts as you mutter your incantation and hold your palm out. The first 2 jets miss it completely. The third jet, though, does strike it. Alright, it takes all of that damage, all 9 force.
Alright. And that is my turn.
Okay. It is not its turn, so it has not regenerated its legendary actions. Lucky for you guys, so Gartok.
Alright, I'm going to use my last level 3 spell slot to once again cast a bonus action. Lightning Arrow.
Okay.
And try and shoot him. Don't tell me if it hits. No, I'm okay.
Okay, so you whisper your incantation, your final bit of energy into the arrow. The arrow crackles with electricity and you fire. It streaks through the air and successfully strikes the tyrant.
I don't know why it rolled it that way, but yeah, 12 damage. Wait, no, it's just
Okay.
8. No, I just rolled like this. 3 1s and a 5. It's 8 damage. The 4 was for the 2d8 that I rolled for anything around it.
Understood. Okay, so it takes 12?
Yes. No, it's 8 damage.
8. Okay. So that would be... Alright, it takes it full blast, and this thing is not looking good.
Okay, and then I will once again try and shoot with my +2 arrow.
Okay. Make sure you're marking the +2 arrows off.
I am.
And first verse, same. Second verse, same as the first. You fire the +2 arrow. It streaks across the layer and hits the creature, but does not indent. Anything else?
No, that'll be my
All right,
bonus action.
Winnie.
Alright, I'm gonna step forward here and I'm gonna use Primal Savagery on this statue.
Okay.
14 to hit, that doesn't hit.
Yeah, 14. Unfortunately, the claws strike, but they don't manage to penetrate.
That's fine. I'll use a 3rd level spell slot to cast Healing Word on Sybil.
Okay. You whisper your incantation, and Sybil is healed for...
It will be a total of 27 points of healing, and then everybody will take 16 points. I'll move that up next time, but I wanted to try to actually be useful. And then the bears each get 8.
Yep, they are healed to full at this point.
Thank you. And I'm gonna actually step over here and here, and then I'm gonna say again, I'm gonna say, talk to me, what are we doing? How is everybody? And that is all that I can do.
Alright, it is its turn, so...
Oh, the bears, sorry.
Oh, yeah, go ahead with the bears. Actually, so this bear down here... begins to flee to the south.
Okay.
You can attack with the second bear, though.
With this one down here.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'll get him up to... Oh yeah, I guess I'll just attack here first. Okay, let's see what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately, both miss.
Okay.
So that is actually officially it.
Okay. its turn. So, the first beam is going to fire off and attempt to strike Sybil since she's up front. Sybil, this is another gray-looking beam. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for me. And again, it hits just in front of you, and you see kind of a pile of web build up and kind of slosh off. Doesn't do much more than that. The second beam is going to attempt to strike Bloodmane. Bloodmane, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please, at advantage. Oof. Okay, Bloodmane, as it hits you, you are paralyzed. You guys see Bloodmane's body kind of like seize up, and he still has his duplicates around him, but he does stop moving. Alright, and the third beam is going to target Ulrich. Ulrich, this is the familiar black beam with a red core. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please. $20. So it hits you, and you feel your breath kind of start to leave your body rapidly, but you successfully shake off the effects of the death ray. That ends its turn. Ulrich.
This is going to sound really familiar. I'm going to cast Fireball at it.
Oh, okay.
But I'm angling it over more to the right, trying to avoid hitting the cage, since now it's on the ground.
Okay, understood. Okay, so it's a dexterity saving throw. And it fails. Horribly.
Sorry, for some reason I couldn't find it, even though it's in numerical order.
And how many charges?
7 more.
7, okay. Alright, holy shit.
So I'm at 19 charges, that's for the record.
So the fireball detonates. As the fireball detonates, it kind of starts to cook the table, and you guys can hear the sound of like crackling flesh, and you can see the fingers on it actively like rise up and start to writhe and like dig into the ground as it's being singed. This thing gets hit so hard that it actually ceases to float, and it uses its bony protrusions to now lift itself up off the ground like a gigantic spider. And it is horrifically, grievously wounded. Anything else?
Oh, sorry. No, my bad.
Alright, as you end your turn, it is going to fire off a beam in a last-ditch effort to do something here. This beam is going to, again, it's going to try to target you, Ulrich. This is a wisdom saving throw. And as this kind of sandy beam of gray energy hits you, you start to feel extremely tired for just a moment before you shake off its effects. The stone entities begin to move. And the ones that are still up are going to take their attacks. One against the... actually, this guy is going to move. 5, 10. It's only one that's going to get an attack. Yeah, and that hits. Give me a con save for the bear. Okay, and the bear resists. Alright. So that ends their turns. As it's ending its turns, as they're ending their turns, it's going to fire off 2 more beams. The first one will target Sybil, and the second one will target Ulrich. Sybil, I need a con saving throw.
You know I'm good. How about a 9?
Okay, so that's 37 points of necrotic damage, no other effects. And I need a dexterity saving throw from Ulrich.
Luck had to come to an end at some point.
Thankfully, you are only slowed, so you are kind of hit by the webs and slowed down temporarily. That brings us to Sybil.
Okay. She's going to look back briefly to Winnie. Gartok's been firing on the Bone Tyrant. Seems to be doing okay. We're just working on the other ones. Don't step in the blood. It burns. And then she's going to swipe at the statue.
Yeah, 28 hits.
$51 points of fuck you.
Yeah, so as this thing's lifting its claws up to swing down at you, you stick it where its heart should be, and you feel it push into a fleshy substance, and its body just seizes up and then crumbles to dust.
She says the obligatory comment as she starts to move forward. She mutters out, another one bites the dust, and then goes here. And eyes this one. Actually, sorry, she goes here, where she's hopefully has a statue in between her and the beams. And, just prepares for ow.
Alright, that puts us at the top of round 8 and at 158. So we will go ahead and stop here because Kat's got to leave at 2. So we will go ahead and next session pick up right here, which is, you guys are in a hell of a lot better position right now than you were at the beginning of this combat. I actually thought that was fucking game over, and you all should give Gartok a fucking pat on the back for saving y'all from that goddamn gas.
No, somebody had to drag his ass out of there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team effort. Yeah.
I didn't get the chance to save myself. I stepped out and immediately was in cap until the fog was gone.
Be more constitutional then.
I'd like to say I think I've moved across the map faster than I've ever moved across the map before. So, granted, it wasn't under my own power, but it was, you know.
I have a screenshot where before Gartok pew-pewed the crystals, I was at 11 out of 111. So it was just a bunch of ones, and I was like, I'm gonna die. And on that note, I'm gonna take off.
Alright, drive safe. Have fun.
See ya, have fun.
We'll miss you tomorrow, but don't worry, I got you.
Yeah, I don't like that. Okay, guys. Well, this has been wonderful. Thank you all for joining, and we will see you very soon for the next session. Again, we'll pick up right at the top of round 8, and with Bloodmane kicking it off, and this thing being at a very, very, very being in a very bad place. It's not looking great. So, if you guys need anything from me between now and then, shoot me a message, and if not, we'll see you next session.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Alright, see you guys. Okay, friends of the stream, thank you all for hanging out. This has been wild. This has been very, very wild. Let's see here. Okay, and let's go ahead and find someone to raid really quickly. Let me drag this over here and get myself set up. Bear with me for one moment. Guys, thanks for hanging out. We'll be back tonight for a little while, playing some Warhammer Online. And in the meantime, we're going to go send the love to somebody else, if we have anybody raiding. Actually, Toth Monra is currently streaming Lord of the Rings. So we will go ahead and watch Toth for a little bit. So let's get the raid ready.
That was too much vanilla extract.
All right, Toth Monra it is. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for those raids, for those follows. You all have been absolutely wonderful. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We'll be back next weekend for this this session of D&D. Well, not this session, but this D&D campaign, session 72. Tomorrow night we have D&D from 7 to 10, Nerdy Knots' campaign, and then again tonight we'll be back with our own thing. So we'll see you guys soon. Bye bye.